This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Mic check, man. Shout out to the family, man. It's the boy Swab about Snapping Off Entertainment, AOI, Argument League, SVD, a whole bunch of Black Power shit. Shout out to Bingo and Z, that's Snapping Off fam. Shout out to Knowledge Born Allah. Shout out to Solar Mind, the commissioner of Solar Vision Debate League, the greatest debate league in the world, only debate league on YouTube. Y'all know that. Shout out to the judges, the peers, the reason we hear the people of SVDL. Shout out to the AOI, man. Holly, Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Wicked, Radical, Ampu, Pro Black, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, and King James of the King James 13 Anti-Bully Inc., a non-profit organization aimed at preventing bullying, man. What's up with the fan bell, man? We here to talk some shit today. Let's see who got the heart to hit that link. If we can actually give the people some type of promo. We got a debate with Pro Black and Domo going down. Maybe they'll come through. Maybe not. Black Sun versus Blue just went down. Maybe they'll come through. And, we missed Blue last night. But, after them debates, man, you kind of just want to get back to family. You saw the kids taking over Blue set when he was trying to debate. Wrapped up that nigga opening. So, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the dad gang. And shout out to Shay for not giving a fuck. Because she did apologize. She said, my bad. But, yeah, we are in the building, man. It's the Argument League, man, the most truest spot on YouTube, man, where the real motherfuckers hang and the fake motherfuckers get mad, create leagues of their own, channels of their own, to just talk about us and keep us relevant. Shout out to Shay Love. Good afternoon. I will give Katrina that love. Also, I appreciate you, sis. Holding a good man like Blue down when it's healthy. Yeah, so let's see if we get some motherfucking debaters on here. I should talk some shit. I kind of enjoyed myself the other day. This was like a real argument league. Judah brought his high drunk ass through talking shit. Thank you, beautiful. Judah brought his high drunk ass through talking shit. Shout out to Judge Jasmine for holding it down. Shay Bo, you already know, man. And Tiffany Turner. Tiffy Turner. She be looking for a burner. You already know what it is, man. So, yeah, man. Arguably the most hated spot. That is crazy. That is crazy, man. We really rose amongst the ranks, right? The most loved, the most hated at the same time. That is crazy. How many channels out there dragging us? How many channels out there got our name in their mouth? Got our name in their title? People are really mad at the Argument League, man. This is just where you can't come and just be a lying ass hoe. You really have to have some information, some integrity about your intellect. You know? Yeah, Judy came through here trying to talk about some trash shit. What's going on in the YouTube streets? I said, I don't know. That motherfucker. Chris over there at the HOK. This bum. That's as far as his fucking radar go. Chris in the HOK. Give me 1 second.
Quantum field ends up charging up these particles, right? That create this whole universe that we live in, give it life, spread throughout in waves, right? And now what I'll also show is the connection between all of these fields and how you can't separate those fields because one without the other would make none of. Never went into
creator.
So okay, let's reverse.
Reads the universe on the
if well. Universe without quantum
to be able to that is
either the two atoms or
Rebuttal whenever you're ready, sister.
demonstrates the light how light behaves differently depending on how we observe it. So I can be looking at light one way, you can be looking at it a completely another way, and it appears to be two different things to you and I both. But we don't yet understand it. And some of the fundamental aspects of reality, especially the role of consciousness in the physical world. Yeah, that's not going to work, Blue. You were talking about the Higgs field, responsible for spontaneous symmetry, breaking the gauge symptoms of fundamental interaction. Yeah, that was debunked as well. But let's go to the golden ratio. I love this. The simple relationship between two quantities commonly occurring in math and nature. The Fibonacci, well, guess what? The golden rule, the golden ratio, excuse me, it cannot be applied precisely because it's an irrational number. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work either. And you didn't show how if God and the universe are one and the same, where is the consciousness in the universe? I was really looking for that. I'm sad that you didn't say anything about it, but it's okay. I will. Let's talk about all the omnis though. Let's do that. So, omnipotent, a deity having unlimited power and able to do anything. That doesn't describe the universe. Omnipotent, knowing everything, you really should have used omnificent instead of omnificent, because omnificent means you have unlimited creative power. That would have been a better word to have used. And going back to your quantum mechanics, which I clearly showed you, has been debunked. I'm going to give you the breakdown of what quantum mechanic is, because he's trying to talk over our head and hope that you don't catch it. Use a whole bunch of big words and a whole bunch of big theories and think that you all aren't smart enough to pick up on what he's saying. But quantum mechanics is the branch of mechanics that deals with the mathematics description of the motion and interaction of subatomic particles, incorporating the concepts of quantization of energy, wave, particle duality, the uncertainty principle. Wow, the uncertainty principle. And the correspondence principle. Simple terms, basically, it explains how the universe works at a scale smaller than atoms. Mechanics is the part of physics that explains how things move and is the Latin for how much. Again, told you there's 4 parts to that. But I was really also kind of thrown off that you didn't use the God particle. Why is that? I mean, do you not know that supposedly that there is a quantity even smaller than a quantum? It's called a quark. Your quantum superposition. It's a feature of quantum system whereby it exists in several separate quantum states at the same time, but it has to be measured. So if you start talking about God and the universe being synonymous with each other, who was there to observe the beginning of the universe? Omnipresent is the ability to be present everywhere at the same time, referring to an unbridled or universal presence. As in, there's no place to which God's knowledge and power does not extend. But we don't really see necessarily God's knowledge in the universe. It's still mystified because of the fact that all the things that you tried to bring up, as far as, like I said, the Fibonacci, the golden ratio, Higgs field, the double split, quantum mechanics as a whole. The physicists that even came up with these things don't even agree on it. So how is it that we even have an understanding of what those things truly are to be able to say, oh, this is exactly what God is. He is the universe. Yeah, not exactly sure how you're going to to come across that. But even with all of the things that you listed, you never listed what real science actually backs the universe being one with another. And the reason why you can't is because it doesn't exist. Again, I will tell you, since you are trying to hold true to the double split, the Fibonacci or the golden ratio, and the Higgs field, these have all been debunked. Unless I once again bring up uh, Miles Mathis, all the calculations are off. So God didn't create himself, didn't create the universe, put himself as a part of the universe, and he made a mistake. Is that what we're to understand? Okay. Let's see. What else? What else are you talking about? Oh, you said that that the universe isn't dying. Okay, then if the universe isn't dying, exactly how do you explain the big crunch? Because you didn't, but I will. The universe is expanding,
No, I know
and
this
it's
not the
expanding at
blue
such an
jacket from last night.
accelerated
No, no, no. I
rate
wanted to play this.
that everything will collide with one another, and that gravity that you didn't want to touch on, it will begin to suck things in like the black holes do. The heat death, going back to the Bible, says that this world is going to end in a blaze of fire. Sounds like that heat death that they're talking about in the big crunch. That would mean, once again, that you're saying that God, he's killing himself since he's the universe. The barren universe has reached a uniform temperature throughout. Stars will have burned out, black holes will have evaporated, and there's no organization in the structures. We've been seeing that with global warming. I don't know how in the world that you can say that the big crunch and the universe dying is not a real thing. What else do we have here? So, how is it that in the atomic system everything is stable according to you? Like I said, you're saying that the big crunch is not a thing, that the universe is not dying, but you have theories such as the classical Rutherford theory that says something completely different. Physical objects exist in space and time, and physical processes that take place in space and time. It's a fundamental feature of all changes and movements of physical objects that they happen in the background of space and time. Time, I keep using this word over and over again because you're trying to glaze over the fact that the universe consists of time. And if it consists of time, that means that you're putting God on a clock. If they are one and the same, then the universe itself, as they have proven by studying the oldest stars, has a born date. This is when it was born. And what they have proven, because the system itself, again, is dying. If you are trying to equate these two to be one and the same, how are you going to say that the principle of casualty is not happening when we clearly see that it is, according to the science. I don't know how you're saying that life and death doesn't exist with the universe, and again, try to not equate you're trying to equate the two, but you want to separate when it comes to life and death and say that's not possible.
Time.
But it is.
All right. Shout out to the sister Holly. We're gonna get into the rapid fire right after this brief intermission, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You ain't nowhere in my category. Mandatory for me to tell you that you were very boring. And the moral of the story, I wish I could just ignore you, but they gotta burn your body, put you in the crematorium. And I'm the only audio inside the auditorium. And when I'm finished with you, you will not have no memorial. You wanna be Luigi, but you're not ready for Mario. And no scenario, running circles around your cardio. And that's a body blow, it's not a secret. Everybody know that you ain't coming close. I leave you comatose and you become a ghost. I overdose, I gotta overload. That's when the windows of heaven open up for me with the overflow. And I can feel the power moving within every last chromosome. Battle right around the corner, you already know it's on. Understand me, you're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Woo!
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with Blue. Blue, you have 10 minutes to interrogate Sister Holly. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation, brother.
Sister Holly, can you prove a God existed without quantum mechanics or quantum physics?
Can I prove that God existed?
Without quantum mechanics or quantum physics?
Well, that seems to me like that would fall into the category of belief, and my beliefs aren't on trial. So,
okay. So when you say that the God in the beginning, that this God would have had to have been outside of the universe, right? And not of the universe?
I'm sorry, that's a complete thought.
That's a question.
So
does he have to be? Yep.
So wait a minute. Are you asking me, do I believe that he is part of the universe?
Is he a part of the universe, or is he outside of the universe?
Well, he's outside of the universe.
Okay. And so what did he use outside of the universe to create the universe?
His words.
His word. Okay. And so you said that.
Right.
Okay. So what happens when? Okay. Now, matter of fact, you said that let's go into that again. You said the words, right? So you agree with, when you open up the Bible, you agree with John 1:1 when it says that the Word was God, God was the Word, right? In the beginning was the Word.
His words. And he.
So how do you separate his words from him?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Correct, right? So the universe are his words, and you can't separate his words from him. Correct?
No, he spoke the universe into existence.
Yeah, those are his words. So where do you separate his words from him?
Because he created.
So how do they manifest without him?
He is a supreme being.
Right. And you're saying he spoke them into existence, right? So in speaking things into existence, there still would take what? As we see in Genesis 1, the shaping and the molding, right? Okay. So we see a speech, and then we see a shaping and the molding. So we see his words working hand in hand with his actions. You can't separate the creator's words from the creation. So now we'll go into when we talk about gravity, right? if I hit a ball out of the ballpark, if I hit a ball, right, the further distance that it travels, does it gain speed or does it start to slow down?
Well, let's see. You're talking about velocity,
Hmm.
correct?
Velocity, but what also affects velocity, according to you, would be gravity, right? The only way, because if there's no gravity, right, according to you, right, that the velocity, it would just continue to go, correct? So you're saying that gravity is would be pulling it down, would be slowing it down, correct? That would be the force that slows the velocity.
Okay.
So if we start at a central point with the Big Bang and it's being hit out of the ballpark, why is it moving at an accelerated speed today than what it was moving at back then, when you're saying that gravity should actually be slowing it down, correct? Not pushing it out even faster, accelerate.
Okay. Well, I will tell you this. Even though that you made me take crash courses in physics, I'm not a physicist, and from my understanding of the things that I studied, the physicists don't even know why.
You know why? Dark energy. So as we get into dark
So
energy,
should I call you doctor now?
soon, DMT is fine though. So as we get into dark energy, right? So we have dark energy representing 70% of the universe, right? Dark matter representing about 27%, and everything else, the material things that we can actually see, what they call normal material, about 5% or so, right? Or less. Well, we say 3. So where is the separation between the matter of fact, no, actually, I know exactly what I'm gonna ask you about. You mentioned the Higgs, you said the Higgs field and being able to charge up these different particles. You said that was disproved.
I did.
So when you say the Higgs field, what about the Higgs boson? Was that disproved?
Give me a second, I can tell you.
Take your time. So the Higgs boson.
Where did I write that down at? Was it disproved? I'm pretty sure that it was, saying that every every physicist that I came across when it came to quantum mechanics, all they did was point out the flaws. Let's see. Hold on.
You know what you were dealing with? Those are atheists who are trying to disprove consciousness, which you can't do. And you know why you can't disprove consciousness? Let's talk about how RNA functions, correct? When we talk about even with how, well, actually, no, I won't do that. I won't do that, actually. Actually, what I will stay with is these different Fibonacci sequences or codes. So when we talk about mathematics being an embedded principle or the language of the universe,
Mm-hmm.
what role do you think mathematics plays in how we understand the material world?
I think that math is all around us. I mean, I'm not even going to lie to you, Blue. You know, nowhere in your premise did you speak on sacred geometry, but I anticipated that. Definitely said that instead of using quantum mechanics, which all I could see flaws in it, you would have probably better had a better leg to stand on using sacred geometry. But hey,
So So you saying that the flaws in the quantum mechanics. So when we talk about a when we talk about what's charging up atoms, right? You broke down to you went down into a subatomic level. You talked about the quarks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the quarks would be at the root of the well, when we go into the atom's nuclei, right? It would be the protons, the neuron, the protons, the neutrons, and then also it would be breaking down into the quarks, right? Now, what role do these quarks play in our reality today?
Actually, the quark is actually fairly new. So, in our reality, they haven't even been researched that far. So that's neither here nor there. But why didn't you tell us about go into further detail about the golden rule?
Well, actually, I'll ask you a better question. If I take a cup of water out of the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
is that water still the same substance as the ocean?
No, because you've taken a part of the ocean and removed it. So now it's just water in a cup.
So what if, like, let's just say that I wanted to study the molecular structure or something like that of the water, and I took out. You telling me a cup of that water, I wouldn't get a valid sample to study the water from a cup of it as I would from studying the whole ocean?
Well, what do you want an answer to? Do you want an answer to the separating of, or, you know, sitting and studying it? Because again, if you take a cup and dip it in the ocean and remove a portion of the ocean, no, you don't have the ocean in the cup. You just got water in the cup. Now, if you wanted to,
Where did that water come from?
who cares where it came from? Where is it at? It's water in a cup.
So when did the principle of the water change? Is it still wet in the cup as it was in the ocean?
Isn't water just water though?
Time.
Of course it's water. It's wet.
All right. So, Sister Holly, you got 10 minutes to interrogate Blue whenever you're ready.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
So, if you believe in God, do you believe in creation?
Yes.
Are there any accounts of creation of the universe?
Repeat that.
Are there any accounts of creation of the universe?
Are there any accounts? When you say accounts of the creation of the universe, you mean like firsthand accounts?
Yes.
No.
But you just said you believe in God. Didn't God observe the creation when he created it?
Uh, that's a good question. so when you if well, I guess if you from that standpoint,
Just say yes.
yes,
It's okay. You can
yes,
say
definitely,
yes. Okay.
definitely.
Okay. So if he observed what he created, then how was he a part of that creation?
Because the observation is coming during the experience. And so like even like today when we talk about like what it means to know, it pretty much you pretty much gain experience, or you learn things from experience. And so a lot of times basically what you're talking about is observing on the job, or what we would call being thrown in the fire.
So God needed to be thrown into the fire? Don't
I
worry.
think
You don't have to answer that. We'll move on. Do you know what the Copenhagen interpretation is?
I'm not familiar with the exact principle. Break it down for me.
No problem. It's the need for a conscious act of observation for something to be true. So
Right.
God had to be present at creation for creation
Correct.
to even be created.
Correct.
So if he was a part of that creation, he wouldn't have necessarily observed it because he is the creation.
Well, that's not true. Do you
I don't need
the
any extra, but I thank you.
the
Can you tell me
the
what science backs God and the universe being one?
what science backs God and the universe being one?
Hmm.
Well, to answer your last question first, the word uni. Just real quick, the word uni means one. So I would definitely say that would definitely be enough to say that the universe is one. And
One with whom?
well, I would say with everything in it. Because so when you talk about what science would prove that, right, uh we see that everything is getting everything is getting its mass and energy from the Higgs field. We see that the particles themselves are being created in the electron and the electromagnetic field. Now, you were right earlier when you said there are more yeah, there's
Wait a minute.
24, but when there's two of
Wait
the
a minute.
basic.
Hold on. I need you to stop right where you are. The question was what science backs God and the universe being one?
Oh, that was one question. Hold up. What? Okay. So it being one, when they
Okay.
when they talk
Here.
about the
Hold on.
geometry or they
Let
try
me
to give
let me
a
help you.
measurement to the
Okay, so you've
universe,
got one, that's God. You've got
right?
two, that's the universe. And you put them together and you make one and one, you make them one whole, right?
Mm-hmm.
What science says that?
The fact that
That's not
atoms
science.
exist, the
That's not
fact that
science.
atoms exist in all matter, and that quarks exist in all space.
So we're going to go with the omnitropism of applying human-like qualities to objects. That's what we're gonna do.
What human do you know can be omnipresent?
I got you. Well, I
There are
said
no
I
humans that are
said
omnipresent,
I said objects. You're saying that the universe is God.
right?
But okay. Do you know who Christopher Search is?
No, I don't
I'll
think.
help you out there too. He's an associate professor, an associate chair for undergraduate studies in the physics department at Stevens Institute of Technology. He's got a PhD in applied physics, a master's degree in physics, a master's degree in electrical engineering, a master's degree in biomedical engineering, and a bachelor's in physics. Would you agree that someone like that is qualified to speak on physics?
It depends. They had a bunch of experts on after 9/11, and they all lied to us about physics right in our face and told us that that's not how buildings fall.
So you're saying that someone that learned and holds
We
chairs
would need
and
to
as
test. We
professors,
would need to test some of his
professors
earlier
in these
observations.
fields, in these fields, that you wouldn't say that he might actually know what he's talking about.
Hey, shout out to
I think
KOT
yeah, he
in the
definitely
building, man. Shout out
Okay,
he's
thank you.
definitely got
That's,
the
to
criteria.
that's as far as that I needed you to say. Thank you. I
He's definitely
appreciate
got the
that.
criteria.
Now, would it surprise you that someone that learned, again, a PhD, applied physics, a master's in physics, a master's in electrical engineering, a master's in biomedical engineering, and a bachelor's in physics, would it surprise you if I told you that this man, this very learned man, says that your physics, your quantum mechanics is junk?
Well, he would have to explain exactly where is the mind.
So,
because see, here's the problem with that. When you go and say that quantum physics or quantum mechanics is junk, but now you have to prove existence of yourself outside of the brain.
Okay.
And so that's the premise of God, is that you are more than your brain.
That the universe is 13.8 billion years old?
No, they proved that it expanded 13.8 billion years ago.
Where did you read that at?
That it expanded 13.4 billion years ago?
That's my question.
I think Science Mag. Might have been Science Mag. A few places, Forbes.
Okay. Well, how about this? The exoplanet exploration from NASA reads, the universe, on the other hand, appears to be 13.8 billion years old.
That's hold on, that they measured, go into it. They're going to tell you that they measuring.
I already did in my premise. I did. And it does not say the expansion. It says that they measured the oldest stars, but we can keep going. Did you know that that the universe is still expanding?
Correct. Consciousness continues to expand. So intelligence continues to grow.
So God is still growing.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So he is not finite.
It's the melanated.
Like the universe.
God, I need that cash.
No, the universe is not finite. The universe is infinite.
It is, but it's actually finite. That's why
so
they're able to measure.
When is the end of the universe? Where is it?
Would you like for me to tell you the diameter of the universe?
I need that cash.
You gonna give me the diameter? Oh, no, I don't want the diameter of the universe. No, I want to know when the end of the universe is.
That means
I want to know, when does it end?
That it has a length. When does
you know there's a point of no return, so there's no way to even pull information from that far out.
The end. You asked me, you wanted to know the end of the universe? The end, the actual end, is called the Big Crunch. The universe will stop growing, gravity will pull matter, and the universe will begin to contract, collapsing into a super hot, super dense singularity. Did you know that?
Time.
Wow.
All right, so we're going to go into the closing right after this brief intermission, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Yeah.
Vanglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front.
Tell it.
What you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick the can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are closing this thing out now, family. So we're going to start out with Holly. We're going to set this timer for 5.
Description of the debate.
Oh, that's the case.
Because of the
A prophet.
If I compare that number, it being
Bill,
what's that?
I'm gonna start off with this though.
Best Debate League on social media. All right. Shout out to the league. We're going to get into this rapid fire round right now. We're going to start out with Brother Scheme. Brother Scheme, you have 10 minutes to interrogate Suave whenever you're ready. Camera's on.
All right, what's up, Suave?
Shit, that 150 you hold, Holly.
Let's get straight to it, man.
Already did.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Who we gonna start with?
What defines the Arab slave trade? We can start there.
No. I think I'll start off with the questions. I'm gonna start off with this though. What's worse, the Arab or the transatlantic?
The transatlantic.
Okay, and why?
Because it had more layers to it that still affect the people globally today.
More layers to it that still affect the people globally.
Today. Yeah.
Okay. Now, affection of layers versus, now what would be worse? The aftermath of something or still going through something if it's as far as hardship?
Could you explain? Because the aftermath is something that's still going through something as far as I see.
Maybe you're missing it. Okay, let me break it down to you like this. A verb is an action. And then you have adjectives and nouns.
What's the adjective?
That describes a noun, which is a person, place, or thing. But so the verb I'm talking about is being enslaved, is enslavement, being enslaved. And what I'm asking you is, what would be worse, the aftermath of being enslaved or being still enslaved?
I don't make a difference between the two, because if I get set on fire, right, and then you put me out, I'm no longer on fire. But if I go to the hospital and succumb to my wounds, which was worse, the actual fire or the aftermath of the fire? And so I put it all in one event. The transatlantic slave trade is an event that still hasn't ended in all the ways that it sparked to this day.
Damn. Wow. Fire, getting your hand burnt by fire and then your hand out of fire and you're sitting back like, whoa, that was hot. Being in the fire is worse, you said? And we're about to move on though. I just need clarity.
That's not what I said.
I'm saying that was my analogy for your answer. Like, I'm just trying to get more clarity to make sure that was your stance on hand outside the fire.
I said if I got set on fire, being on fire is bad, right? But if I get put out and then hours later I die because of the wounds.
Now, hold on. This is my scenario.
Was it? No, I brought up the fire scenario. You didn't bring up the fire scenario, bro. No,
I'm saying this was my the point. This is my point, and the example was doing something versus the aftermath of it being done to you. I mean, being something done to you versus the aftermath of it being done.
Yes, and that's why I brought up the analogy of the fire, because the fire hurts, but you died from the aftermath of the fire. So which was worse?
No, you don't die from that. Slow down. Okay, let's move on to the next question.
People don't die from fire.
No, you just get burned. Let's go. That's case by case scenario. Let's keep it moving. Let's see.
Okay, so the length of your slave trade, right? Because you said restate your answer on why it was worse again, the layers and all that. Say that.
Because that, of course, we know the violent aspect, right? People were whipped, people were hung, people were, and then it goes into the actual loss of land, the destruction of empires, the building of empires that are now against us, the loss of our religion, the building of religions that now demonize us, the loss of our economic systems with the building of the economic systems that oppress us happen simultaneously. These are the different layers that make the transatlantic slave trade so horrible over the Arab slave trade.
Okay, so with that being said, let's get into the length. Now, how long did your slave trade last? When did it start and when did it end? Let me get 2 dates.
We have reports as early as 1494 of slaves being brought over the ocean to the Caribbean, and we know that it went well into. I mean, well, there's no real way because Mississippi just abolished slavery in 2016, and so people were still being brought in and enslaved at that time. As far as 2022, I have no evidence of that, but yeah, people were still being enslaved in Mississippi in 2016.
Okay, so it's from 14 when?
1494,
14.
and that's the early recordation. You never catch the first person that do it. You always catch the fourth, fifth. So I see it to be earlier than that, based on information that comes from people who were actually in Africa who recorded things that happened in the early 1400s. But
So
I'll say 1490.
Say we do 1490, right? 1490.
Okay.
And then we do let's say 2 years ago would be nice. Let's say 2 years ago and not 18 whenever it was abolished. Let's say let's keep going. And like you said, 2 years ago is 2020. So was it 2020? So that gives you a 530-year span if you're being a high number of 530 years. But in actuality, it started in the 16th century and ended in the 19th. But like you said, it kept going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 530 years. What do you think would be worse? Being a slave for 530 years or for 1300 years?
It depends on the conditions of the slavery.
Say the conditions were the same, pretty much. You're living in hell. You don't want to be a slave. What's worse?
If the conditions are 100% the same after effects, same side effects,
No, we're
then
talking.
yes, the one that lasted longer would be worse.
Okay, so the one that lasted longer would be worse. Huh. Interesting. That was in one of my main points on why the Arab slave trade was worse than the transatlantic. It was because of the length.
Yeah, but you never define what you just grabbing times. What are you defining the Arab slave trade with, and what are you marking the length of it with?
Okay, so I'll do something for you. We'll go over that definition you wanted for the Arab slave trade. That's what we'll do, so we could get
I didn't ask for a definition of the Arab.
Well, it seems that we have two different definitions on what the Arab slave.
No, we don't have two. Neither one of us have a definition on the Arab slave trade. I say that you're grabbing random slave trades that happen in Africa and act like Africans and European weren't involved, and it's the Arab slave trade, and that's not what it is.
Slow down. See, there's a difference between middlemen and who's running the show. See,
absolutely.
Yeah. So in your slave trade, there was Arab middlemen. But see, in the Arab slave trade, the Arabs are never the middlemen, even starting out or nothing. Like they're the ones running the show, and they've been since the since 7th century. They I show in my premise them in Al Andalus, they conquered Egypt in 640. Come on, like I don't know what you're talking about. They've been running. It's from the from the Umayyad to Sassanid. I mean not Sassanid. Abbasid to the Ottomans. Remember, I showed all this. The Europeans were getting took in for ransom. I mean, like I don't. They were only involvement was from them seeing the product of the Arab already having the route set up. You talked about my routes and try to discredit. What about them? I don't know, but I will say this.
You took some transatlantic slave routes, and you all the ones that you defined as the Arab slave route. You said they walked a lot.
Okay, hold on.
You know,
So
which I'm not
these,
trying to take away from the horrors of that, but I mean, come
I
on,
mean, well, when you
what is you
say
doing?
that, it does take away the horse because these people, women and children, I told you they died. And I had a quote from a missionary that you tried to, you discredited the missionary because he said that there's skeletons lined up a pathway in the Sahara.
I didn't try to discredit it because of that.
Okay, well, that was a missionary. That quote that the man said by David, I can go to. I think it was David Livingston. But anywho, he's a missionary that spoke on the matter of how horrific the travels through the Sahara was. I mean, it's not even just the Sahara, because I mean, let's not get caught up in that. I mean, let's get caught up in the fact of these trades were ran by Arabs, and that's the point I'm trying to prove. And that is
ran by Arabs.
These trades are conducted through the air. Like the Arabs are the main players. Just like
are the Africans involved? Are Africans involved?
Oh, just like how y'all bought African as off.
No. Are Africans also and Europeans also in a ruling factor in these trades?
What different time? No, that's later.
Okay, where did Islam come from? Did Islam come from Muhammad, or was it created by the Romans?
This is my rapid fire. Slow down. I like it, but slow down. Slow down. Hold on.
I just want you to know the facts.
Okay, so listen. Now,
last question.
Oh, okay. Suave.
Huh?
That video you played in your opening, was that scholarship?
No, that was an opening. It was supposed to like rile the people up and get them in the mood for a debate.
Okay.
All right. Suave, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you got 10 minutes.
Okay, absolutely. Skane, what are you? What measurement?
We can't see you right now.
Oh, you can't. Okay, hold on. What rule of measurement? What tool of measurement are you using to define the Arab slave trade?
You're asking basically about like how do these people come about? How do these scholars come about to their conclusion?
No, I'm asking you, what tools do you use? What is the science? What is the mathematics? What is the events that define the Arab slave trade? What makes the Arab slave trade different from any other slave trade? Where it's like, oh, this is the Arab slave trade right here.
Well, you would have to ask yourself, who's running the trade and what land is in. And if it's by Arabs, it will be
okay. So whose land was the Arab slave trade in?
Many lands. I showed maps.
Many lands. So the Arab slave trade went into lands that were not Arab?
No, it's called conquering.
No. Answer the question. Did the Arab slave trade extend into lands that Arabs did not have rule over?
Are you talking about vassal kingdoms?
No, I'm talking about land, Arabs, and rulership. Did the Arab slave trade go into Asia?
Oh, yeah.
Did the Arabs rule Asia?
No, that's business.
Okay, so was the Asians rulers in that slave trade, or were they subjective to it?
No, they were.
They were bosses, right? They were bosses, right?
No, they were purchased. They were.
Yeah, they were bosses. They negotiated. I'll give you this for some slaves, right?
Customers.
Huh?
Customers.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Who's the customer if the Arabs are bringing people to trade for spices and guns? Who's the customer?
I mean, whoever thinks they're getting a better end of the deal.
No, the person who needs it the most. Get back in the camera. I can't see.
Sure.
Go back over here a little bit. So we can't see Skane. Okay. I'm going to ask you this. Are you going to pay Holly that $150?
Yeah, you beat me. I'll pay her.
Oh, now I gotta beat you.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not a That's
All
not
right,
a
no, it's cool. Okay, what defines the length of the Arab slave trade? Since you couldn't define what makes the Arab slave trade by event, what makes you say 600? I mean 6 AD and then 19.
Okay, so you're asking how I'm getting my dates. Great question. When you look up when the Arab invasion comes into play, you see it starts 7th century. Now, when you're asking when slavery,
Okay, and okay, let's talk about that. Where did the Arabs invade in the 7th century?
um, it was
You don't know.
I do know. I just don't want to.
Where did the Arabs invade in the 7th century, sir?
I'm trying to say the right areas, brother. I do know. I pulled the map. I put the map in my PowerPoint. I'm looking at it. I mean, it was the North Africa region.
The Arabs invaded North Africa in the 7th century.
Well, Egypt specifically, Egypt and let's see, Syria, Baghdad.
And what was the Romans doing?
Why? What's the point of this? They invaded multiple countries.
Okay, what is the point of asking about this empire? I'm saying, what defines the length of the Arab slave trade? You said, well, when the Arabs invasion. Okay, what is the Arab invasion? Just another thing you speculate that happened?
No, bro, that's history. Multiple countries got invaded by Arabs, and then different caliphs went to war against each other. And
okay, are those caliphates? Do they exist today?
No, the Ottoman Empire got took out.
Okay, so what makes what's going on today as far as the Arabs the same thing? So what makes what's going on today with the Arabs the same thing as that was going on in 7 AD in the Arab invasion? What makes what connects them?
Oh, the fact that it's still going on today.
What's the, you just said that though none of those caliphates are here today.
The practice, brother.
None of these caliphates are here today.
It's called descendants.
If none of the caliphates are here today, are the not the descendants, are the did the bank that T.I. wrote, the Lloyds of London, did they participate in the slave trade?
I'm not familiar. What was that again?
So even when I showed you that the Lloyds of London was insuring slaves during the transatlantic slave trade, do you recognize that?
The Lloyds of London. You could pull.
Okay, never mind. No, it's cool. Now, what is the largest banking institution in the world today?
I'm not sure, brother. Tell me.
The Lloyds of London, sir.
Okay, so
that's what a continuation of something looked like. Those caliphates being destroyed way back then. This is not the same slave trade. So I ask you again, what do you define? What do you use to define? What events? What group of people? What anything? Holiday? What do you gather all of this time from 6 AD to 2022 and say all of this is the Arab slave trade? Go.
Well, you would have to get a ground on what is the Arab and what is Arab culture and their slave trade consist of. And once you break down the evidence that we see through different missionaries, explorers who wrote.
Okay, do you know what the Arab slave trade means?
Yeah, it's an encompass of multiple trade routes under control of the Arabs in different countries that were enslaved under Arabs.
Okay, that's what you would like us to believe. The Arab slave trade means a slave trade, an event that happened. How does this event continue to happen when the people that it started under in the invasion of the Arabs in 7 AD are long gone, forgotten about? None of the rulers are here. The languages ain't even here. The practices aren't even here. This Islam that you're looking at ain't what they was doing in 6 AD.
Hold on, brother. The Arabic is still spoken, and the Ottoman Empire turned into Turkey. So it and they lost through wars and in the last World War I or II, I believe. So it's all politics and you know it happens like.
So was white people and Asians bosses in the Arab slave trade?
Oh, why you keep saying that?
Because you're saying that the Arab slave trade went in the lands outside of their territory. If I'm ruling over here, I'm a boss over here. When you come over here to sell your slaves, who's in control? Me or you?
If I come over where?
If you come into my land to sell something, who's in control? Me or you?
If I come to your land and you're selling me goods, I mean, I came to your house. I come to shop.
Okay. So that's not an Arab slave trade. That's a multiracial slave trade that you would like to define as an Arab slave trade. You're dead.
Stop. If you have a system,
dead, bro.
Okay, brother, let me answer. If you have a system set up,
why aren't the Arabs ruling the world right now? Why is the Lloyds of London the biggest banking institution? Why ain't the Al Salahig mob?
If you have a delivery system set up, then so be it. I mean, I'm not going to argue. If it's your
why
product,
aren't the Arabs ruling through their 5,000-year-long slave trade, sir? Why aren't we speaking Arab? Why is every land introducing English into a school? Christianity, white Jesus.
Asians. What are you talking about? That makes your point will only make sense if Arabs were going into Asia grabbing Asians. That would only
No, they wasn't. They were trading with Asians. Asians were participating at ruling in the slave trade. Whites were participating in ruling in that slave trade. The Arabs was not the ruling class of the slave trade, sir.
All right. I mean, I don't know.
And that's what you said would define the Arab slave trade. Who was the ruling class amongst the slave trade?
I proved that the Arabs.
You showed a quote from someone who agreed with you with no archaeological evidence at all.
Wait, whoa. What archaeological evidence would be needed other than?
Okay, my next question is, when is you gonna pay Holly that $150?
Brother, after the debate, you beat me. You know, I'll see.
If I beat you, and if I don't beat you, you just gonna take her money and run?
No, brother, that's sleep.
With your mustache, you just gonna bet women on YouTube $50 a debate, and when they show you love and say, you know what, give me 100, I'm gonna leave you alone. You getting $150 debate? Like what?
No,
that's just how you move.
We went over this.
You expect us to believe you're supposed to? We see your integrity, and you You expect for us to feel you? You expect for us to believe these folks that you put up here came from honest people when you yourself has been exposed as a scheme, a scammer, $150 bammer?
Out of the story, and that's non sequitur to the
on YouTube and in real life. That's crazy.
That's non sequitur.
What made the Arab slave trade worse than the transatlantic slave trade?
Time.
Huh?
Time.
The length of time?
No, I'm telling solar.
Why you telling solar time?
Cause it's time. See.
Time.
Black power. Black power.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and close this thing out right after this brief intermission. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Sheesh.
Yeah. Vainglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when your square's solid and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick the can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are closing this thing out, family. We're going to start out with Suave Boss. We're going to go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, Suave. We cannot hear you. Unmute your mic. There you go.
All right. Shout out to everybody in attendance. Shout out to Solar. And pay that 150 to my opponent. So the conversation was which was worse, the Arab slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade. So we both had the obligation to come here and put these depictions up to show the evidence, tell the stories, measure the, categories of circumstances that evolved. And he tried to make it minuscule, Oh, it went on for a long time. It went on for a long time. What went on for a long time? And so I easily covered everything that he brought out, even though he just extended over a long period of time. And he even admitted, that same thing happened here, while avoiding the actual layers, the actual institutions, the ruling factors, the destructions of certain empires globally. Globally. That's those are millions of uncounted for people. We're talking about the slaves that was brought over there beat the number of Arab slaves. And then we're talking about the numbers of indigenous people who died because of this happening. He can't touch that. He can't touch the religious factor. Can't go in depth on that. Has nothing to do with the sciences. Didn't even mention that. And all of these are things that I brought up in my premise, right? And so at the same time, I'm noticing that he wants you to just take his word for it. He tried to make me bring in archaeological evidence a joke, and then just show a quote and say, "Feel me. The those who feel me, and I hope the judges understand what I'm saying." All right. And so, yeah, show archaeological evidence of the slave trade from Florida all the way to Australia. Slave voyages that showed the compilement of all the information, all the way down to the captains of the ship that found out the number of slaves, their names, the ports that they left from, the name of the boat. None of this is relevant to him in the description of the Arab slave trade. He went into more information about, oh, it got legs and this is that, this and that, this and that. So I'm asking, okay, well, what defines the Arab slave trade? No answer. One answer at one point, he said the people who's ruling. Okay, so did the Arab slave trade, what you call in the Arab slave trade, extend outside of the Arab territory? Yeah. Then how is that the Arab slave trade? So now he's left with nothing but banter to attack the fact of I got the video, I got the channel short because of my intro video. And I mean, unfortunate thing, but okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. And then he really had nothing in his rebuttal. I went point by point through his whole rebuttal. He didn't address my premise. I killed his premise. Interrogation round, a catastrophe. On both, he couldn't. He had no questions to ask me. He came in here, and pretty much ragdolled him on that. And when it comes to ask my questions, I don't even got to go nowhere. I just say, what are you using to define the Arab slave trade? It deteriorates as he's talking about it. And okay, well, what about the length? What do you use to define the length? Oh, the Arab invasion in 7 AD. Are those caliphates still here? Those rulers still here? Their descendants? No. So what are you, how are you connecting that to this? This is crazy. So he undermines the evidence that I bring and then over glorifies his quotes from people who agree with him. I can find quotes of people who say the slave trade never happened. Show me some evidence behind that. You're dead. This is not a you feel me to debate. You said we come here to teach. I didn't come here to teach. I come to beat your butt.
Has nothing to do with
They are not hold on to their
known people.
People
done.
Huh?
It was made for human rights, for humans.
For human rights?
Yes, sir.
Were black people humans at the time that they made the Declaration of Independence?
The Declaration of Independence was made in 1942. So yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, 1942. Yes,
Oh, wait, 1942, the
yes.
Declaration of Independence was created?
I'm sorry. You said the Declaration of Independence. You said the Declaration. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the
Yeah.
Declaration of Human Rights. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
so that was your statement, your last statement. You was basing that on the Declaration of Human Rights, not the
Yeah, the Declaration
Declaration
of
of
Human.
Independence.
No, not the Declaration of Human. No, the Declaration of Human Rights, not the
Okay, and that was in
Declaration of Independence.
1942. They created
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. After World War II.
Okay, cool. After World War II. Okay, cool. Were Iraqi people humans during that
Yes,
time?
yes, sir.
Hmm. Did they treat Iraqi people like they were humans at that time?
Yes, sir.
They did?
You're talking about the Iraqi government,
Yeah. Was
the
Saddam
monarchy.
Hussein treated like a human?
You mean okay? Saddam Hussein was a different time period, sir. What time period are
I'm
we
talking
talking
about,
about?
we're talking about after the time we now you've
Saddam
already established the
Hussein
time
was
period
a
for
dog.
the world.
No.
You said after World War II, right?
Yes, yes.
So Saddam Hussein, you said he was a dog.
He was a dog. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Who told you that?
He killed his own people. I've known people from Iraq.
No, I'm saying who told you that he was a dog?
People from Iraq told me he was a dog.
They didn't
So
tell
was
it.
Uday
So
and
the
Suda,
United
they were
States didn't tell you
dogs.
that?
No,
So
people that I
people from
know.
Iraq.
Yes, people from Iraq that I know
So why
personally.
did those people, hold on, wait. Why did those people from Iraq tell you that?
Because their wives were raped by Uday and Usay. They had to
Okay.
pick up women because they felt like they were entitled. They were taking people's wives and having sex with them and executing them afterwards. He was a dog.
Okay, and that was under democracy.
That was under military dictatorship. No.
And so that wasn't under the theocracy.
No, that was under military dictatorship.
So it wasn't under the theocracy. So let's
No,
take
sir.
that one off of your
No,
list
it
then.
wasn't.
Thank
No,
you.
it
Let's
wasn't.
take that one. Thank you. So I don't know why you added that to your list.
No, but you brought
So
up
now,
Saddam Hussein.
wait.
talking about Iran
I don't know why you had that on your list. Wait. Let's start right here now. So now we scratch that one off. There was no reason for you to bring that up tonight.
You brought it up.
Let's go to no, you actually brought it up in your
You brought up Saddam Hussein.
oh, this
No,
is
come on,
actually
man.
where is my last?
You brought up
Oh,
Saddam
cool.
Hussein,
Now,
man.
child marriage. Is child marriage synonymous with a theocracy?
Yes, sir.
It's synonymous with theocracy.
Every country that practices Sharia law will allow child marriage.
Whoa. Okay, thank you. There we go. Sharia law.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that synonymous with a like? So you telling me every theocracy
The
has to put in
Iranian
effect?
model, yes.
Whoa, wait.
It's synonymous to it, yes, sir.
Wait. I said that. Hold on. First of all, we're using Iran as an example, correct?
Right, I said Iran, yes. So it's synonymous to
Do
Iran.
melanated? Okay, cool. Do melanated people have to institute the same theocracy as Iran?
You said use Iranian model. That's what you said. Yes, did you not say that, sir?
I said of showing what? What did I show with Iran?
You didn't really show anything, but based on
I didn't.
I mean, you showed, I don't know, you showed.
Does Iran still have their culture? Let's start here. Does Iran still hold on to their culture today?
Define culture, sir.
The way that the people pray, eat, live, and do their daily business.
So you're talking about the culture that did not exist prior to the Iranian Revolution, correct? Because prior
What
to
culture
Iranian,
didn't exist?
go ahead. Prior to the Iranian Revolution, they were westernized. They were wearing short skirts. Women had freedom. They were the most freest country in the goddamn, excuse me for cursing, the Arab Emirates in that region before the Iranian Revolution. Before
they were free.
Yes, they were free. Yes.
You sure they were free?
Women, I'm positive. They had
so
the highest
today. Hold on.
What
is Iran? Hold on. Cool. What is Iran today?
Iran is it's a mixed theocracy with it's called a Islamic Republic, sir.
Okay, and you saying Iraq is free, the way Iran was free?
Why are we talking about Iraq? We're talking about Iran, correct?
We're talking about both.
Why are we talking about
So is
both? We're talking
Iraq
about
free?
Iraq is not a
Wait.
theocracy.
I just hold on. I just want to know: is Iraq free today, the way
Sir,
that
that's
Iran
non-secular to this
was
debate. That's
before
non-secular,
the
Blue.
theocracy?
We're not talking about Iraq. We're talking about Iran, who has a theocracy. Come on, Blue.
We're talking about both.
Why are
We're
we
talking
talking
about
about
both.
both? You just said that Iraq did not have
Because
a
we're looking at
theocracy.
because we're looking at the results of what happens when you don't form a theocracy, correct?
Excuse me. Oh, so you why not use the U.S. like you were doing in your premise? Come on now.
I
Don't move
use
the
all of
goalpost.
them in my premise.
Okay,
Are
so
you telling me I
let's
didn't
use
use
Iraq.
Iraq in my premise? I used Iraq and the US.
Sir, Iraq is not a theocracy. Iran is, though. Well, let's talk about Iran.
Iraq should have been exactly.
No,
No, we're gonna stick with both of them.
sir. No,
Hold on.
sir.
No, listen to me. Listen to me closely. Is Iraq free today?
Is Iraq free today? No. Which has nothing to do with this
They are
debate.
not
No.
free.
Okay, no. I wouldn't say no.
Is
Not free
Iran free today?
No.
So what's
Iran
the
is not
difference
free
between
today.
Iraq and Iran?
What's the difference between Iraq and Iran? The difference is that Iran is running a theocracy, an archaic theocracy at that.
What does that have to do with the freedom? I'm trying to figure out the difference in the freedom.
Sir,
So Iraq
you're
has
not.
an American flag stamped on top of in their capital. Does Iran
Okay,
have
but
an
this
American
debate is
flag
not
stamped
about.
inside of their
This
capital?
debate is not about Iraq, Blue. It's about Iran. Let's talk about Iran and
Yeah.
a theocracy.
And after, hold
See,
on,
that's
real
your
quick.
problem.
Hold
You're
on,
not
wait.
discussing a
After, hold
working
on,
model.
because
You
hold
got to
on,
discuss
let's
a
chop
working
this up
model,
real quick.
sir. Iraq
After
is not
that
a
Iranian
theocracy.
revolution, let's talk about that Iranian evolution.
Yeah,
Was
let's talk about
America in Iran? Was America in Iran before the Iranian revolution?
it. Yes, they were.
Yeah, they were, huh? And then
Mhm.
after that, their embassy was destroyed, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir, they were. And
And they're
before that,
not, and they're no longer. Oh, wait. They're no
okay,
longer in Iran anymore, are they today? Are they?
no. I mean,
Does
they got
Iran still control their resources today?
no, they have embargoes actually, sir.
So embargoes. What does
And
that mean? That you don't? An embargo does not mean that you don't control your resources. It means other
if
people that
you
can't.
can't
It means. Oh,
export, you can't
Hold
export
on.
your resources
No,
under
it doesn't
embargo.
mean that. It means the countries who align themselves with the countries that slapped an embargo on you can't trade with you. That doesn't mean you can't trade. So if Iran want, like they do they not trade with Russia?
Oh yeah, they trade with Russia.
Exactly. So they
Okay.
control their own resources, don't they?
Okay, and so does Iraq and so does America. What's your point? So does England.
Iraq controls their own resources?
America does.
Yeah, I know they do. You know
Okay.
why?
Yeah, why?
You just died.
And that's where they got confused because Blackson said Iraq and America owns its resources. Blue said Iraq owns its resources. And Blackson said America does. So he's saying America runs Iraq, but he's saying, okay, Iraq doesn't, but America does.
Well, how do
Because
they Blue?
they didn't form a theocracy.
Exactly. That's my
why.
point. They don't have a theocracy.
And now America controls their resources.
Blue.
And Iran controls their resources. Now, hold on. Let's start here. For melanated people. Hold on. Let's talk about melanated people.
Let's do that. Right.
Would it be best for melanated people to control their resources or for America?
It'll be best for black people to not form a theocracy.
I just want to know about the resources.
What about the resources? Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Okay.
So it would be good for us to control our own resources, correct?
I agree with that. Yes, absolutely.
So in order to control do we have a better chance of controlling our resources using the Iraqi formula or the Iranian formula?
We have better chances using the Iraqi formula.
To keep it hold on. Now you just said that Iraq's resources are under control by the US.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
You did? What exactly were you saying?
You asked me, about Iran
Does
controlling their own resources.
Iraq control their and then I asked you about Iraq controlling their own resources. You know who you voluntarily said did?
What I do?
You volunteered this actually. You said the US.
I said the U.S. control their own resources, sir.
No, you said the US controls Iraq's resources.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
Time.
that's the question I asked you.
All right. So shout out to Blue. Black Sun is on you. You got 10 minutes to interrogate Blue.
All right, Blue. Do you consider sexual abuse a human rights violation?
Do I consider sexual abuse a human rights violation?
Yes.
According to what?
According to the human rights article, I think it's 26. Basically under
I find doing anything that's not best for the collective harmful to the collective.
okay, so do you consider executing women who are educated based on being educated, do you consider that to be a crime?
Well, obviously, wherever they're being executed for considers it to be a crime. Otherwise, it
Okay,
wouldn't be.
so my question to you, sir, do you consider it a human rights violation to kill women for being educated?
We're not talking. I don't know what a human rights violation has to do with a theocracy. What is it? We're talking about a theocracy.
Do theocracies respect the freedom of thought? That's a
Who
no.
does?
That's a no. All
Yeah,
right.
they do.
No, they
Obviously, that's how.
How-
Yeah,
explain
can you
how.
hold
Explain
on?
how.
Hold on.
Explain how.
Can you form a theocracy without thought?
There's only one thought, sir.
Oh, there is.
There's only one thought. That's the religious people up top.
Who? Yeah.
The
And who puts
clerics.
them in that place? Matter of fact, because
God.
and like
They put themselves in that place, sir. The people don't put them in that place.
you made a statement about a state.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you know what apostasy is, sir?
No.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Okay, so the state can execute.
Hold on. Where are you getting this definition?
Sir.
I need the definition, bro. I need you to break this word down. I need the definition.
Apostasy is one who leaves their religion. Okay?
Where are you getting this from?
Webster's Dictionary, apostasy. Sir, answer the question. I need you to answer the question. Do you consider?
So this is from Webster's Dictionary.
Hold on. Do you consider?
I just want to make sure.
Hold on. Do you consider leaving your religion to be a death penalty?
Leaving anything going against your own culture and your own people should be a death penalty. Yes.
Okay, and how's that good for black people?
Because the reason why black people can't come together and create a system for themselves,
so we should kill
because
them.
people keep creating ideas that go against black people.
Hold on.
Yes. Yes.
So we should kill them.
Yes, we should make an example out of the people who go against black people.
Sir? How is killing black people good? What kind of examples do you accept?
You must it's evil for evil until you purge the evil out of the community.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we should put fear and terror into the hearts of black people to them to conform to your theocracy, yes or no?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
We should use fear and terror to implement your theocracy, yes?
No, God. We should use God.
Okay, so how do
you should fear God.
So how is that? How is that enforced? How is that enforced?
What?
How would that? Who would damn do the chopping? Who would kill these people that disobey God?
The same people who do it today, in the way they did it all the time. The police.
So man will kill black people because they are deciding to leave a religion, to change their minds, so they should be executed.
No, the collective would decide to kill. Oh, wait. Let me tell you now. The collective would decide to kill the individuals who decide to go against the collective. You can't go against the collective.
So my thoughts, saying that, you know what, I don't no longer want to be a Muslim that I mean that is a heinous crime against the collective. Is that what you're saying? So your ideology is more important than human life? Yes or no? Blue, come
No,
on.
the collective is more important than one individual.
So you mean to tell me that the collective should control a woman's body? Yes or no?
The collective should decide what's best for the collective, not an
So,
individual.
so the collective should put a
They do
woman to death
today. Hold
for.
on, hold
Hold
on,
on, hold
hold
on,
on.
hold
You
on,
just
hold
cut
on, hold on.
yourself.
No,
Hold
no, I
on.
did. Hold on,
Oh,
hold on.
wait.
Blue, it's my
So,
turn now.
are there abortion
Blue,
laws?
Blue, hold on, Blue.
Uh-huh.
What you're telling me is that a collective people should put a little girl to death because she has violated acts of chastity, which is a real law in Iran, by the way. Is that what you're telling me?
Did you say that she broke a law in Iran?
I said,
Anybody who breaks a law in any country
oh,
should
okay.
be punished as the country sees fit.
So the law should override the life of a little girl, correct? Is that what you're
That
saying?
the laws override the life of anybody,
Oh, and how is that good for black?
anywhere.
And how is that good for black people again?
So are you saying that America isn't good for black people?
We're not talking about America. We're talking about a theocracy here that kills little girls for acts incompatible with chastity.
So
In
does
fact, let me ask
America.
you a question.
Does America kill little girls?
No. Let me ask you a
They
question.
don't?
No, they don't. Now, let's another question. Not for acts incompatible with chastity. No, they don't. Go on now. Go on with that, Blue. Now, let me ask you another question, Blue. Should women be educated?
Where?
In your theocracy?
In my theocracy?
Yes,
Yeah.
in your theocracy. They should be
Yeah,
educated.
my theocracy.
Okay. But you use Iran as a model. So why do you use Iran as a model?
Because we were just talking about theocracies.
Right. And are you aware
We
that
need an
there are no
example of a
women?
theocracy.
Are you aware that there are no women in the council, the Guardian Council? Are you aware of this, sir?
So therefore, we should build a theocracy built around women, correct?
So where's this? Okay, again, okay. So Blue, where's this working model that you're talking about? Because it doesn't sound like you're sounding like Iran. You're not sticking with your premise, sir.
Or what? Oh, you like an idea? So, like, even when you go to Tanzania, they have an all-women tribe, right? Inside of this
They're not a
tribe, you
theocracy, sir. Can we use a
yeah,
theocracy?
yes,
Can we use a
they are.
theocracy? Let's
Yes,
use
they are.
Sudan. Let's use
These
Sudan.
women
Let's use it Sudan. Don't use
for what?
Tanzania for they had a working theocracy once upon a time until they overthrew the government. Or how about Nigeria? Oh wait, their theocracy didn't work either. Did Nigeria's theocracy work, Blue?
The Nigerian
Did
theocracy work?
Nigeria's theocracy work?
They never built the theocracy.
Yes, they did. Okay, all
No,
right,
they
fine.
didn't. Those are all Asiatic theocracies, and that's the problem with black people.
It's a
If they
theocracy.
had built the theocracy,
Is
they
Iran
wouldn't
an
be under
Asiatic
Asiatic rule, under
Hold
Abrahamic faith.
on. Is Iran an Asiatic theocracy? Yes or no, sir? Don't play with me.
Iran are Asiatic people.
So it's Asiatic. So you cut yourself. You're dead.
No.
Next question.
The question is, melanated people would be forming their own. Nothing said in there we would be using somebody else. The title says forming a theocracy. Melanated people should form a theocracy.
Based on a model that kill little girls. Based on a model that kill little girls, man.
Based on a country that has their own control over their own resources and still has their culture. We kill little girls.
10-year-old girls, man. Based on
We kill little girls.
pedophiles and chomo.
There was a little boy put to death for wrestling with his neighbor. 12 years old. Charged as an adult.
Put to death for.
There was a 10-year-old boy during the same time in the 90s.
All right, hold on.
Charged as an adult for wrestling with his neighbor.
That ain't gonna save you.
Bro, stop playing.
That ain't gonna save you.
The first child murder that took place.
Next question.
San Diego. Charged as a murder.
Next question, Blue.
Yeah, Black Mob.
Why did Sudan's theocracy fail? That was melanated people, weren't?
Because Sudan never built their own theocracy.
But they used the working
They
model.
fell under a theocracy. No, they didn't use a
So
working model.
you're admitting that it was a
They
failure.
fell under
So you're
somebody.
admitting that it's a failure.
No.
Where
The failure
did it
was the
fail?
fact that
Did
they
it
never
fail? Did it
instituted
fail?
their
Did it
own
fail?
theocracy.
All right, next question.
Instead, hold
You're
on.
playing.
No,
You're
let me answer
playing.
your
You're
question.
playing.
Instead of introducing their own theocracy,
Blue.
they adopted a damn Asiatic theocracy.
Blue.
And they've been under Asiatic rule ever since.
Blue, Iran is an Asiatic theocracy. Come on, knock that stuff out,
Exactly.
man. Not cut it
Exactly.
out, bro.
And that's why they're not under rule by anybody. They have their own theocracy.
Blue, I'll ask you a
The
question.
countries who built the
Blue, let me ask you a
theocracy
question.
based on
Hold on.
their
Hold
own
on, hold on,
people,
hold on. Blue,
they kept their culture. They're still alive today.
Why did Israel's theocracy fail?
Israel's theocracy failed. They ruled the whole fucking world. Are you joking?
They abolished their theocracy in 1969, sir. Now, let me ask you another question. Why did Japan's theocracy fail?
So wait. Are you telling me that
Why did
Israel is no
theocracy
longer
fail?
under the rule of YHWH?
No.
So they show are spending a lot of resources on building a big ass temple there, finna start a war.
Failed. They abolished it.
Time. All right, shout out to both debaters. We're gonna go ahead and close this thing out, family. Right after this brief intermission. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Spoken word, and as you can see, the numbers do not lie. Ranked over 1,000 points this season. Hey, it's possible that Rio could be bringing home his second MVP, but he got a long hill to climb because Suave Beezy has been doing the damn thing, and he's the front runner for MVP, debating like a million times. He wants to make it clear to the league that he's one of the top debaters, and the numbers do not lie. You can see that he's clearly over 1,000 points this season, in the top 2 in every statistical category. So let's close this thing out with another cameo and add a little bit of smoke, because I know y'all like the smoke, family, because that's what we do around here. We bring all the smoke. There's only one place you're going to find the smoke, family, and that's here on the Solar Vision Debate League, man. SVDL for life.
Yes, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with Sister Holly. You got 10 minutes to interrogate Suave Beezy. Whenever you're ready, sister, you can begin your interrogation.
All right, Suave.
Hello, Holly.
Suave, is polygamy good for Black people?
No,
Why is it not?
because Black people are not economically stable to support a polygamous nation. Black people are not mentally stable enough. I'm sorry.
So if Black people aren't economically stable enough to support a polygamous relationship, would it not be beneficial for them to bring an extra income earner into the relationship?
In what manner? What do you mean? Like a business partner?
Well, obviously that's not the relationship that I'm talking about.
Yeah, like a business partner, yeah, but not necessarily like another husband or wife.
If we're talking about marriages, then we wouldn't be talking about business relationships.
Yeah, there's no sense to bring
You don't
another
want to
person
answer
in the
that.
marriage.
Gotcha.
No, I answered it.
You said that Black people weren't mentally stable enough to enter into polygamous relationships, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that would mean that they're also not healthy enough to enter into a monogamous relationship.
We're healthy enough for that. It shows that we're healthy enough.
How is that? If a polygamous relationship is between one man and one woman?
Because it's easier to manage one spouse than it is multiple spouses.
I'll ask you that again, because you either weren't listening or you didn't hear me. So,
Okay.
in a polygamous relationship, if a man is not, or Black people are not healthy enough to enter into a monogamous relationship,
Hmm.
then how could they not be to enter into a poly? Because a poly relationship is between one man and one woman.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me explain to make sure that I clarify in context to the question. Uh, Black people are not mentally stable enough. Black people are not as mentally stable to enter poly relationships as they are to enter monogamous relationships. There's a better chance the monogamous will survive over the
But
poly.
a poly relationship is between one man and one woman.
Yeah, I thought poly meant multiple spouses.
It is, but they have a relationship separate of each other.
Oh wow, really? And what separates it?
So, do the same issues exist in a monogamous relationship as the ones that you stated
No,
in a poly one?
no. There are problems that are unique to the poly relationship.
What are
That
those?
the fact that you have to worry about, does your second wife get more attention than your third wife? Does your fourth
No,
wife's child get more
that's
attention
why
than your
there's
fifth?
equality across the board.
I mean, how? But who is that going to be maintained by? Who's going to
The
maintain
husband,
equality across the board?
that's his job, is to maintain the
Okay.
equality.
Okay. I'm just saying that is an issue that can arise in poly relationships that's not there in monogamous relationships, though.
Hmm. Interesting.
Mm.
Interesting that you would put off an expectation that's not necessarily one, but seems like more that your own. My next question would be,
Mm.
wouldn't it be beneficial for people to seek counseling before, during, and after relationships to build healthy people and relationships?
Yes.
So if you sought counseling to build a better relationship, build yourself,
Hmm.
those issues that you're saying that would be brought into a poly relationship, wouldn't
Hmm.
that be something that would be eradicated?
Eradicated? No. Eradicated? No.
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 Okay,
No.
so then you could then bring those same issues into a monogamous relationship.
The majority of them, except for the ones that are unique to poly relationships, like the ones I mentioned,
And what are those?
that you would have to say, well, the third wife kids aren't getting as much attention as the first wife kids, and certain things like that.
And again, that goes back to equality across the board. So,
Mhm.
is adding an extra income beneficial to a family?
Well, yes, adding extra income is beneficial to a family. Yes.
Okay. And adding that extra income beneficial to a family by adding the extra earner, like by means of adding an extra wife, husband?
No, not by adding another wife or husband. An extra
Then
earner,
why
a
not?
business owner, because it complicates the. First of all, you're talking about business. You never mix business with family, and you're
But
talking about.
but that answer has nothing to do with the question.
It
I
absolutely
asked you,
does.
is adding an extra income beneficial
It's
to a
adding
family
that. It's adding another wife.
by adding an extra spouse?
Yeah. Is adding an extra wife to a relationship to add her income to it good? No, that doesn't. That is not an even exchange. No,
So adding the extra income is not beneficial, is what you're saying now.
no. Yes, that's beneficial, but but you got to weigh it up. If I get $10,000 from a bank robbery, getting the $10,000 was beneficial, but getting caught for the bank robbery is not. So
Mhm.
adding the extra wife,
That's
and adding
apples and oranges. Like there's not a comparison there. I mean,
adding the extra wife just because of the money is not worth adding a whole nother person. No.
so adding an extra income into a family, thus saying taking the family from $45,000 a year to closer to $140,000 a year, that's not beneficial.
Yes, that would be beneficial.
Okay. And the means of doing so would be by adding an extra spouse into the situation. And
That would make it not
you're
beneficial.
telling me that then it now negates.
Yes. Yes. Because I've talked, you're speculating about
That
the money
doesn't
is going to be there.
make any sense
Yeah.
how
You add another relationship, you add
you're
another
adding
sex
an
partner,
income
y'all get
and
into it.
then you're
Okay.
turning around and saying that now it's a negative. But we can keep
Yes.
going.
Okay.
Is the added benefit of having someone at home to take care of the children, thereby eradicating the cost of childcare? Is that beneficial?
It depends on who the person you got watching them.
Well, in the context of this debate, it would probably be the mother or the sister wife. So,
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be beneficial.
how would it not be beneficial to take, say, 15, let's just say $15,000 off of the family debt by cutting out the cost of childcare?
I mean, but you're adding a person to the marriage, so that 15,000 is still going to be there plus more because this person has to eat, get clothes, they're running more water, using more
No,
electricity.
the money wouldn't be there because it would be spent on childcare. So
The
how
money,
is
no,
it
it
not
would,
beneficial? How's it not beneficial?
because it would take more than 15,000 to support a whole nother person. With them adding more to the bills, with them having to eat, with emotional things, we need another car. There's more places to
How do
drive to
you
with
know that?
gas.
How is that not beneficial? Seeing that the 15,000 is there and it's not being spent on childcare.
Bec-
So,
mhm. 15,000 over a year.
okay,
How much? Okay, how much can you eat for 15,000 a year? Can you support a whole person for
you
fifteen
can do
thousand a year?
that for a lot less than 15,000. But
And
thanks.
they're gonna sit there at home, watch your kids all day, and eat McDonald's dollar
So,
fries.
am I going to get an answer to that question?
Yeah, I said no, it wouldn't be beneficial because they're a spouse, so
Why
that
do you
adds more
think that
elements.
sex is the benefit of a poly relationship?
It's not the only benefit, but it's the only unique benefit. So the fact that everything else you could get from a friend except for
So
sex
you
has got to be the determining factor.
you think that sex is the greatest benefit from the poly
It
relationship,
no,
even
it's the
though
only
it's
unique
oh,
benefit.
okay,
That's not what I
even
said.
though that it's the woman and the women that are the ones that decide the parameters of a poly relationship.
No, they don't.
Sex
They're in agreement with their husband.
sex
That's not true.
is the biggest fact is not
That's
the
not
biggest
true.
factor in a poly relationship,
That's
and
not true.
that's absolutely true that the women are the ones that decide on
Time.
the poly relationship.
All right. Swab BZ, it is on you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, bet. What is the unique benefit of a poly relationship? You're dead.
Everything that I just told you,
Everything you just told me is
yep,
unique to a
family,
poly relationship.
yes,
So you
family.
can't earn money. So you can't earn money in a monogamous relationship.
Okay, well, first let's
Can
start
you?
with
No, no, no,
this.
no, 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 no. No. Let's.
I'm
We're
from
here.
the
We're here.
South,
We already
so
started.
I talk a little slower.
No, it's
So,
cool. I'm gonna
at
cut you
least
off
give
when I
me
need to.
time to
I'm
get my point
asking
out.
you, can you get money in a monogamous relationship?
Not as much as if you bring in
That's
other
not what I
income earners.
asked. You're clearly
But
going
you
out the
did.
side of the
That's exactly
context of
what
the
you just
question.
asked.
No, I said, can you get money while in a monogamous relationship?
Not as much as
So
if
you're
you
taking
brought
the
in.
question out of context of how I'm asking it to be right.
No.
Okay. Well, let's just the judges take notes that she didn't give me a yes or no before she tried to explain herself. She's trying to do a comparison thing, which I never set the narrative for. Okay. And so if there's no unique benefit to poly other than multiple sex partners, why is poly good?
Okay. So the
Why no
question,
no 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 I'm sorry. Why is poly better than any other relationship?
repeat the question.
If if the only unique benefit to poly is having an extra sex partner, why is it better than any other relationship?
Okay. Well, first of all, that narrative is your own. I think that I've shown more than enough evidence that sex has nothing to do with the benefits
Sex
of the
has nothing to do with poly. You said that you make more kids. Don't you
You
make more
do.
kids through
You
sex?
do. And
Don't you make more kids through
if
sex?
you listen to what I was saying,
I
is
did. And
that,
so I don't
but you
want you to
didn't.
reiterate it. I just want to,
But you
do
didn't.
you get kids through sex? You don't know? You want to
Yes.
Google it? Okay. So is poly is one of the benefits of poly sex?
It's reproduction.
Is one of the benefits of poly sex? I know you didn't come to me with this debate to sit here and not
Reproduction.
answer questions. Is part of the benefits of poly sex? Yes or no?
Reproduction.
So you can't answer yes or no to nothing. Okay. Judges, take
Absolutely.
notes of that.
What you're trying to do is minimize,
I'm
the
no, I'm trying to get
situation.
a
You
straight
just
answer.
said
It's
that
okay. It's all right.
it's
It's okay.
more
It's all right.
kids. That's
Do people
reproduction.
do, I got you. I got you. Do people argue in relationships?
Uh,
You
sure.
thinking of a way not to answer yes or no? Okay,
Sure.
sure. Sure. Good job. Good job. Okay. So with more spouses, wouldn't that be more arguing?
I don't think that arguments are necessarily something that is um, unique to a poly relationship.
I didn't say that. Why are you avoiding the questions today,
I
sis?
just
I
answered
said
you.
if you have arguing in relationships, if you have more partners, when you have more arguments, yes or no?
I, that's not something that can be answered yes or no, because I mean you're talking about individual relationships.
Okay.
How do people in individual relationships relate to each other? You can have people
Okay.
that don't argue at all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. In a poly relationship, who determines the roles? Who watches the kids? Who goes to work? Who washes the dishes? Who's the educator? Who determines those roles?
That's going to be a family decision.
Okay, so the wives are in agreement with the husband.
Uh, I'm, again, that's going to be a family decision. I mean, who
So
makes
the
those
wives are in agreement with the husbands, right?
How are you saying that the wives are in agreement with the husbands when we're talking about individual families?
When you
I can't tell
said
you what
that's a
works in your
family,
house. I can tell
when
you
you
what works in my own.
so in a poly relationship, would the wives have to be in agreement with the husband?
The wives would have to be in agreement with everybody. It's a family decision.
Okay, everybody. Okay, including the husband. So how
He's
do the
part of
women
the
rule?
family.
Yes, I understand. But so how does the women rule the poly relationship as you spoke of if they have to be in agreement with the husband? How do they rule the relationship?
Well, you just took that and made it a completely different narrative. What I said was that it's a family decision.
No,
So
you didn't.
the I mean, I could totally flip that and tell you that the husband would have to be in agreement with his wives.
That's cool. That doesn't conflict with what I'm saying. But you said that the women rule the poly relationship. Did you not?
Absolutely. They're the ones that
So
make the
do the women have to be in agreement with the husband?
they have to be in agreement with the family. All the decisions are made by the family.
Is the husband part of the family?
What I just went over that.
Okay. All right. And so, okay. And so if there's no unique benefit other than sex, okay, with
Hmm.
poly, why is poly better than being monogamous?
Okay, so family,
Family?
nation building,
Can you do both of those with a monogamous relationship?
community.
Can you do all three of those with a monogamous relationship? I'm asking.
Not on the level that a polygamous one would be.
That's speculation because if the polygamous relationship come together and people just argue, fight, bust each other up the head, ain't no nation building, ain't no community, ain't no family. So
And that would be
if people
speculation.
aren't prepared to do that, then there's no nation building. Okay, then so ain't no
That would
need to sit up here.
what you're
So
doing
why
is
answer the question?
speculating.
Okay, so what I'm so why
But
no?
But
You're answering the question. So hold on, hold
polygamy,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I
polygamy
didn't
is
ask you
a
nothing.
choice.
What
It's
are
a
you
choice.
asking? What are you answering? You
Uh,
you don't answer the questions I ask you, and then you answering phantom questions that I
I've
guess you
answered
getting.
every
Okay.
question that
So
you
what I'm
asked.
saying is, can you get family, community from a monogamous relationship?
I just told you, sure, but not on the
Okay.
level that you
So
can from
what?
a
Okay. So I'm
polygamy.
asking you if multiple sex partners is the only unique benefit to a poly relationship, you can get the economics, you get the spiritual support, the social support, the friends, the celebration of birthdays, kids, whatever you want in a group of people who decide to come together and not have sex versus a group of people that come together and say, well, we don't mind having sex. If there's no other unique benefit other than that, what makes it better than monogamy?
Because of the level. There's
And the scheme has its
cultural.
debates in. He has his 5 debates in. Okay, how we move this whole thing over? Move this thing over. What's going on? But
In the U.S. natural way. As the affirmative, my position is yes. I believe that polygamy is good for Black people as it fosters nation building, family, community, and finances. Polygamy has been a natural way of life since mankind left the cradle of Africa, and in parts of America, it still is. According to researchers at BYU, there are 30 to 50,000 people that are currently living in polygamous lifestyles in the US, and a separate study by NPR reported an estimate of 50 to 100,000 Muslims in America living a polygamous life. Let's talk about nation building. Black people want this separate Wakanda. Well, that's nation building. A nation identity unification of people. It's the creation or development of a nation, especially one that has recently become independent. That's the Wakanda, an independent nation for Black people. Family. Family is the building blocks to success. Strong families create strong adults. Larger families makes couples less likely to divorce, which reinforces strong family bonds and a sense of community. And that's great, seeing that Black women have a 72% unwed mother rate. Community. Communities share common cultural and historical heritage to continue your base interest, religion, and your race. People living in the same place that practice polygamy are by definition a community. And of course, finances. That's the last point that we're going to be talking about tonight. Finances that are pulled from the family's multiple sources because you have multiple income earners in the home. It puts the family into a better standing financially. Definitions. Polygamy is the practice or custom of having more than one wife or husband at the same time. Polygyny is the state or practice of having more than one wife or female at the same time. Polyandry is the state or practice of having more than one husband or male mate at one time. Here are my sources. And I just want to say, now I know that Suave is going to come and talk about how Black men, they suck at relationships and that these relationships are challenged because of things like racism. But I want you to just keep in mind that within any situation, whether it be monogamous or polygamous, that you need to be in a good space for anything to work. And I would definitely say that as far as the challenges of racism go, That's what your counterpart is for. That black man needs that black woman who's standing beside him, who's going through the exact same things that he is every day. I have put some websites up here. It is ran by black men, for black men. Get you some good therapy. And with that, I yield my time.
Shout out to Sister Holly. We're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to pass the rock now over to Swab Beezy. It is on you. You got 5 minutes. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Okay, I was muted. All right, but you saw my slides moving,
Yes, we're
so
seeing your slides moving.
okay, absolutely. Well, we in the building, man. This the boy Suave, boss man of the AOI, going up against Holly of the AOI, and the conversation of is poly good for black people? Not can poly be good be black for black people? Not was poly good? Not will poly be good? Right now at this same time, is poly good for black people? She's the affirmative, so she's saying yes. I am the negative. I am saying no. Now she went over the definition of polygamy, right? And so I would like to reiterate that and know that polygamy, yes, is mainly displayed as a man with multiple wives, but the word polygamy means multiple partners, right? And so the practice or custom of having more than one wife or a husband at the same time, not one boyfriend with multiple girlfriends, not one girlfriend with multiple husbands. So we're not talking about a childish game here of I like you and I like her too. This is talking about marriage. This is talking about a structured marriage with multiple partners, polygamy. And also it's talking about my, you know, specialist bag, black people. Black people, very unique people from a unique situation created out of the destruction of the indigenous people globally. But I'm representing the blacks here in America. That is the prime cut for me. And so we're focused on if blacks, I don't know if she's gonna go worldwide, but I'm focusing on blacks in America. If I have to go worldwide, I will talk about it. But we gotta understand what polygamy is, and we gotta understand who black people are. We got to understand the relationship that we're talking about developing when we talk about polygamy. So I'm gonna go over some points tonight, and I have a few sources sourced, you know, from the Black census and the world census and things like that. And I will be talking about, what we're used to. So we can start that off right. We were married, our parents were married, our grandparents were married, and what's the option is tonight? Polygamy. So we're going to talk about the practice of it, the structure of it, the law of it, the issues of marriage. We're going to talk about the rates of marriage, concerns of financial, stability in marriage, where polygamy is practiced, the mental health behind being a polygamous relationship, and also other variances of polygamous relationships because yes, she intends to focus primarily on, even though she hasn't shied away from speaking about a wife with multiple men, but she says she intends on standing on the man having multiple wives. But this is a debate about poly, so there are different types. And so we're gonna go through a few, notes and issues, and I really want you to weigh it up. And I want to let you know, I am not a totally closed mind to polygamous relationships. I'm standing on an argument because I'm here to debate. I love it. And so for tonight, I'm not expressing my mentality per se, but they are issues and concerns because the conversation of marriage is a very mature conversation that is on. So when we start talking about polygamy, we indeed, without a shadow of a doubt, have to have a very mature conversation about this. And so that's why I want to take it to where I'm taking it to. Because even if I'm for it, which I haven't said I was, but there are some aspects, but let's see how she defends that. But even if I was, these still are concerns that I would have to face myself if I was taking this polygamy conversation serious. And we know we're black people ourselves, the majority of us. We range from, different types of lives. There's no one uniform status for blacks, no matter what's grandly accepted. So we're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about it tonight, man. Swab Boss versus Holly is probably good for black people. Black power, let's go.
Shout out to Swab Beezy. We will be right back right after this brief intermission. This
For polygamy first. Swab, your mic's on.
Yeah, I just muted them. You're good.
Thank you.
You still showing my screen, though. My bad.
Thank you. Possession of sufficient financial resources to provide all expenses of each family. The physical prowess for completely satisfying the sexual desires of each wife. An observance of complete justice and equality among each family in every way without any favoritism. These aren't laws, but this is definitely, a good family law in your household if you are trying to commit to a poly lifestyle. Now, let's go into depth about nation building. So if Black people want a separate nation within the United States, polygyny cultivates an environment for healthy nation building. Constructing or structuring a national identity using the power of the state aims at the unification of the people within the state so that it remains politically stable and viable in the long run. Polygyny raises the population in said nation, which will help maintain the cultures and the values of that nation. Both economic and social factors are influential for the success of the nation, and polygyny is a key to both of those things, to the economic and social factors within the nation, as it promotes no outside influence, as there are many families to intermarry with. Now let's talk about family, that beautiful brown family you see in front of you. How polygyny helps with family. If it's done right, it upholds a woman's natural rights. Women outnumber men. Black women outnumber Black men in the United States. So polygyny, if it's done right, it upholds a woman's natural rights, which is her right to marriage, to form a family, and having and rearing legitimate children. Co-wives form a bond with each other as they lean on each other for support. Having co-wives gives mothers time and space to bond with new babies, as she's not the only caregiver for her other children or being solely responsible for household and wifely duties during postpartum recovery and lactation. All seems like bonuses to me. A man can produce a child or children with many women in a polygynous relationship versus only one per 9 months in a monogamous one. And if he tries to have multiple children back to back, with that one woman, you increase her likelihood of developing postpartum depression, putting her and the children at risk because her body is constantly unbalanced due to hormonal shifts. Family is the building blocks to success. Polygyny creates large families, and large families have helped to mold successful adults. As children, your siblings are your first friends, and this teaches children cooperation, which is imperative in adulthood. Creating a larger family will put older children in a position of responsibility as they can help with the home and siblings. This is something that will be second nature to them rather than a lesson learned later in life. Sibling rivalry isn't a bad thing because it helps them mold and shape each other into the best and the brightest. Larger families makes couples less likely to divorce, which reinforces strong family bonds and a sense of community. Community is a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristics in common, a feeling of fellowship with each other. Polygyny is the glue there. As a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. People living in the same place that practice polygyny, by definition, are a community as they share the commonality of polygyny. Fellowship with others, share common attitudes, interests, and goals. Polygyny helps grow the community, keep cultural practices alive, social in-house welfare system. And in times of war, the male to female ratio becomes further limited. Polygyny provides women with viable marriage options still. And please, let's not misunderstand the situation. As Black people, we are at war every day that we wake up. Finances. Money's always good to talk about. It's tight. Polygyny has several economic advantages over monogamy. In most cultures, women contribute significantly to the wealth of the household and can thus materially benefit from the labor of an additional spouse. If you have 4 people in the household, 2 can go to college. The other 2 can hold down the household. When the first 2, they finish school, they can then turn their resources over to the other 2. The other 2 can then go to school while the first 2 tutor them. Now you have 4 people in the house with advanced degrees. Polygyny has economic factors that are influential for the success of a nation, family, and the community. Finances can be pulled from family resources, and seeing that there is a substantial amount of family members that provides for multiple streams of income, bolstering the family into a better financial standings. You can go from the household median of under 45,000 to over 140,000. Living frugally and having more than one income earner in the household makes it easy to afford this lifestyle. If all agree, instead of separate homes, one big home can be created for the family, which would save money and also foster a closer bond between the wives and the children. Doing basic things like learning to sew and design clothing will make sure that all children stay smartly dressed without breaking the bank, and buying food in bulk keeps grocery bills lower. Now, I can sit and I can tell you about the advantages of polygamy all day, but let's talk to Master Fumi Fee, who not only counsels people in this way, but she also has been married for over 20 years in a polygamous relationship.
One more time, a couple of brothers have sent me some emails and texts and phone calls, and they're wanting to know, how can you make a contract in polygamy if you cannot marry 2 women legally? There is a interesting way to go around it. I've seen a few ways to go around it. There is a cohabitation law in some states that you can look into. Or you can have a cohabitation contract. Boom. Everybody involved can sit down and write out a contract about how you're going to live, how the finances will be split. If there is a parting of the ways, so to speak, or a divorce, we try not to talk about those because we can always change the contract. How things will be divvied up, who gets what, blah, 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 in case of death of one spouse or another. Make sure, you keep your will up to date and things of that nature, just for that reason. I know that there are inside contracts that can be made with different institutions. You can look into that. That's an easy way. If you're dealing with people of honor, I know that there are verbal contracts and family contracts. line of polygamists, you know, you make a contract with the whole family that includes his mother, father, blah blah blah. That's an easy way. Think outside of the box. Think fair. Think what can hold up in court, what's legal. If you love a thing, you will take care of it, even in the midst of chaos. That's the best way to put it. Another thing that brothers have been approaching me about is how to approach polygamy. You know, do you talk about it on the front end or you talk about it on the back end? My advice, on the front end. Leave absolutely nothing to chance. Let her know, or him, however the case may be, let them know what you're expecting. Be honest with them. You'll be amazed at what you can get out of people if you're just not only honest with them, but honest with yourself about what you can and cannot handle in a long or short run relationship. Brother, I'm gonna say this again. Please hear me when I say this.
Time.
You cannot turn.
Thank you.
All right. So shout out to Sister Holly. We're gonna pass this rock now over to Swab Boss. It is on you, Swab Beats. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Uh, I'm ready, man. It's probably good for black people. No, man. No. Umar Johnson lied to you yet again. And let's talk about it. Wife and husband are terms of marriage. So you can't just be walking around calling whoever you want to your husband, your wife. Okay? Those are legal terms. If you're not married, it's just an orgy that never ends. Now let's get to it. The black family, man. Monogamy. Well practiced. Your grandma did it. Your pops did it. You did it. We have a history with this. You know, um, before 1970, black women were more likely to be married than white women. We were doing it right. Now, I mean, you could argue what changed it. Before the 1960s, black men were more likely to be married than white men. This is our history, right? It's more structured. We're talking about monogamy. This is what we're used to. This is what we're used to. This is just a comparison. It's protected by law. Okay. The majority of the world has made uh, polygamy illegal. Okay. So now monogamy. Now let's look at the option we're provided tonight. Polygamy. So let's start with the marriage issues, right? Because we already know the past that we have, the present that we see about marriage between black people. Okay. We were doing it better in past times. Marriage statistics right now, okay, we're the worst. We're the most never married, okay, and the least married, and up there with the most separated. This is black people in marriage, okay? And although we fail in comparison in a lot of other categories, we're right there competing with the white males in the divorce rate. This is black people in marriage. So the black marital status right now, right? Black people, 50% never been married. Black men, 52, never been married. 52%. Black women, 48%, never been married. This is black people in the conditions right now handling a monogamous relationship. Now let's talk about the concerns of money. Because where are black people economically? Now, when we're talking about family, economic stability is what we're talking about. Paying for unexpected expenses, buying healthy food, living in safe neighborhoods, paying for medical bills, affording college tuition, buying a home, saving money to build generational wealth. How are we going to do that if we're having the numbers and the struggles and the numbers that we see now with monogamous relationship, and then we talk about poly? Oh, okay. Well, let's look at what we're doing right now, and then vote. Is poly good? No, it's not. It's not. If the racial wealth divide is left unaddressed, the median of black household wealth is on the path to hit zero by 2053. Shout out to Institute of Policy Studies under Prosperity Now. This is what we need to be focusing on. Is it good for black people to be in polygamous relationships right now? No. Where are the black men with the jobs? Where? And we're talking about men that are getting married because, right, if you're talking about being a poly, especially how she's concentrating on it, and you're talking about men having multiple wives, I mean, you got to have that bag. So versus for every black man that's got a full-time job, there's a black woman plus that does. The black women are leading economic percentage wise, even in the smaller metropolitan areas. It's like we're at 100%. The black woman, I mean, we're at 93%. The black woman is at 100%. Now, she brought out African heritage. This right here, wearing a leopard skin and a Zulu shield, is South Africa's President Jacob Zuma. He's 67. He married his fifth wife in a traditional ceremony at his remote homestead. You got one of those? In KwaZulu-Natal. His first wife, whom he married in 1973, was there to see him wed a woman 30 years his junior. Is polygamy good for black people? No. No. Because this is the view you're gonna get. It's the male's point of view. Should men have multiple women at his access? Yes. What man's gonna say no to that? Meanwhile, he's on his fifth wife, and his people are still wearing leopard skins. I mean, it's for traditional, but we see the conditions in Kuala Zulu. There's other things you could be focusing on. And let's talk about the mental health. Okay. In a study by the National Library of Medicine, right? The impact of polygamy on women's mental health, a systematic review. It reads, in conclusion, the current state of the research reveals with moderate confidence a more significant prevalence of mental health issues in a polygamous woman as compared to the monogamous woman. It goes on to say, of mention are the principality significant levels, principally of mention are the principally significant levels of sodomization, depression, anxiety, hostility, paranoid ideation, psychotism, psychiatric disorder, general symptom severity or GSI, decreased life and marital satisfaction, problematic family function, and low SE across the included research study. Now, as a background, right, on the study, is saying polygamy is generally defined as a marital relationship involving multiple spouses. The different types of poly goes on. But you have to remember that this is poly too. So when you see men just getting with each other in lump sums, men or women just denying procreation, talking about economics, what are we teaching our children? What are we teaching our children? Now I want to say this. Go ahead and stop sharing my screen. Okay, I got it. Now we're talking about poly and black people. Now listen, it's not protected by law. If it's not marriage, then it's not poly. So when you're talking about black people in America getting married, that causes trouble. Being in a polygamous relationship can be held against you in court. And then you're talking like all black people are trying to create a nation within a nation. No, they're not. A lot of black people are happy in their system of America that their ancestors was here, that they helped build, that they fought and died for to get the comfortabilities that they have now. And then we're talking about polygamy in the sense that, oh, we're just gonna you know, like just disregard the fact that the law is against the fact of polygamy. There's more issues that we can actually touch than trying to gain a relationship, a sexual relationship with different people. Oh, you're my wife, you're my husband. Let's get our mental together, right? Let's get our economics together, right? Let's get our driver's license. Let's get our warrants cleared. Okay, let's get off, different type of systems that we depend on. And it's of course it's kind of a tricky premise because I don't want to go into my rebuttal, but just to go through the points, we're in monogamous relationships. Okay, how is that doing for you? It's doing good. It's doing fine. Of course, we got our ups, down, this, that, and the other, but for the most part, it's doing fine. I mean, not even married. Not even married. How are your, the relationships you in? But how are the marriages that you're in? So now the other option is poly. Does that make conditions better or does that make conditions worse? Worse. We're fine where we at. Poly isn't protected by law. Okay, we don't have the economics to actually carry it. You got to be a prince in Africa or something like that, and it's causing mental health, especially in the women. Especially in the women because that's what she's mainly focusing on. A lot of women, being with that, and I'm gonna eat that up in a rebuttal. But no, poly is not good for black people for the reasons that I showed you. Okay, there's a lot of other things that we could be focusing on. The fact that it's a masculine minded thing, which is no problem. But those men who say, "Well, I would marry and get multiple wives," would they be comfortable having them wives with multiple husbands, or their sisters or their daughter with multiple husbands? If not, then it's very contradictory. You know. And so I guess that's my time. So I'm gonna say Black Power. Appreciate y'all. See y'all in the rebuttal.
All right, all right. We will be right back with the rebuttal right after this brief intermission. Family, this is the Solar.
The eyes on the 501.
Let's start with how you said that polygamy was illegal throughout the world. A worldwide survey of 849 different societies show that 708 cultures are polygamous. 4 are polyandrous, and only 137 cultures are monogamous. That doesn't seem illegal to me. You said that marriage now is at a higher rate, or excuse me, marriage is at a lower rate now than what it was. And to that, I would definitely tell you that that proves my point and why there should be one husband with multiple wives. It showed that Black men are not getting married at a higher rate, are unwed at a higher rate than Black women. So you have got a whole bunch of, I believe, because I pulled that same chart up, and I believe, that it was 52%, and Black men was 50 that had never been married. So again, that 52% beats that 50. So we can squash that other 2% by marrying off those women to one man who has multiple wives. You talked about the racial wealth divide. And again, that also proves my point because having more income earners in the household help close that divide. You showed a chart of Black men with jobs. Guess what? That also proves my point. I appreciate it very much. Not as many Black men with jobs. Well, you know what? That goes back to the wealth divide. If there are multiple income earners in the home, having advanced degrees and so on and so forth, hey, that's great because those multiple women can be married to those multiple men that have jobs. And you were talking about the prince or the king. and how he was on his fifth wife, and how it's a patriarchal system. That's just not true, because polygamy is ran by the woman, the women. First wife, she is the one who decides if and when any other wives can come into the home. And at that point, when the other wives are added, then they collectively, when husband comes to them to ask if he can take on another wife, they not only decide if he can, but they decide if the woman whom he chooses to bring forth into the relationship, if she's suitable for their family. It's their family, it's not his. You were speaking on the mental health. Well, I found that as well. But I also found articles that stated how the mental health of a woman in a monogamous relationship is just as troubled. I mean, if a man is going to go out and cheat on his wife, or he's going to cheat on his girlfriend, lover, whatever you want to call it, he's going to do that, and he's going to cause her anguish. So why would it be any different within a polygamous marriage? I didn't quite get that, but okay. That's also the reason why, like I said, I knew you were going to go there. I knew you were going to, pull on the heartstrings. And in any relationship, you're going to need to get counseling or whatever it is that you need to do to work on you before entering in any relationship, not just a polygamous one, but a monogamous one as well. So, yeah. And you were talking about, as Black people as a whole, how it's not, that polygamy is not good for us as a whole. Well, there's no quantity on, is it good for Black people? Like, if it's good for you, aren't you Black? Aren't you a people? Hey, then it would be good for Black people. So I'm not quite sure how you were coming across the entire populace. And not just that, but I mean, polygamy is a choice. You choose or you not. And then you were talking about how polygamy is a marriage, but even though that it would be best that way, that's not what polygamy is. Polygamy, by definition, is about being in relationship. Relationship. Oh, yes. It's being in relationship, not just marriage, but relationship with more than one person. Whether it be another man or another woman, it's a relationship, not just denoting marriage. But I'm not exactly sure how you're coming across, the finances, how that can't be good to have more people in the home that are income earners. Like I said, the average household, Black household, has a financial median of $43,862 a year. That's a single family or one working individual, whereas the Black family has a average median of $81,545 a year. Well, if you add just one person, one other spouse into that situation, your average income jumps up to $136,483 a year. Excuse me, 483 a year. And having an extra person there, if you don't add in that person working and going back to that $81,545, that's still middle class. And that second wife, she can be there to tend to the children and to teach the children. That way you eradicate the financial responsibilities of sending the children to child care. That's one bill out of the way. And also, with more income, debt. Debt goes down. Finances, this polygyny seems to be helping in a very financial way. Going back to community, like I said, fostering a fellowship with others and sharing a common attitude, interests, and goals. Now, if you have a system like polygamy, and polyandry that you are being a part of, well, now you have a community. You have children. You can turn around and you can intermarry those children with the children in within your society. That way, that any political or socioeconomic systems that you are in, you keep it within your family. Sounds like a plus to me. Marriage, if we want to hold true to marriage, marriage can only occur by mutual consent. Again, to a bride is able to stipulate that her husband to be is not only
Time.
able to take a second wife.
All right, all right, all right. So, shout out to Sister Holly. It is on you, Swabizi, whenever you're ready.
All right, here we go, man. Yeah, Sister Holly got a whole spiel, man. But one like the elephant in the room that's like killing the whole thing is, why are you married? Why are you married? We talking about poly. We talking about it's and it is married. Ain't nobody saying, "Oh, I'm in a poly relationship. I got multiple girlfriends." They say husband and wives. Those are unique terms that go to marriage. Nowhere outside of that. You don't respect nobody calling nobody no husband and wife and they don't have legal papers. And black people are in America. America has laws. Polygamy is not protected by law. You could go to jail for that. You could get fined for that. How economically beneficial is that to get the whole family fined? And then you got to file taxes. What you gonna do when you got to file taxes? You're gonna say, "I'm married to a hoe," but no, you're gonna. I don't even know how you're gonna do this. Like, do you legally marry one wife and then that wife rules the relationship by choosing the rest of the women that you can sleep with? The ruler of the poly relationship is the one who has the economic. Well, show me the female president of the country that's married to multiple husbands. Show me that. You're not. So no, we're not even going to play no games like that. Now, you're going to marry brothers to sisters. Me and my wives are going to have babies, and then those babies are going to marry each other, and we're going to remain one big retarded inbred family like that. And we're not talking about individuals. You didn't say, "Oh, is polygamy?" No, is polygamy good for black people? So that is a sample of a people, at least if not all people. Okay, so you saying and accepting black men as cheaters, just saying they're gonna cheat anyway, is a horrible thing. I don't cheat. I know plenty of men that don't cheat. They don't cheat. If I was cheating in the been a girl in this chat talking about some Katrina, so I'm about to blow Suave spot up. I'm live all the time. Okay. Well, she said 708 cultures. Guess what? America's one culture, Asia is another culture, Europe is another culture, and then you got 1,000 little. You got the Bloods, the Crips, the Latin Kings, the GD. Those are cultures. They're insignificant cultures. The numbers like it's being misrepresented there. They sound like the Moors. The lady that you play, she like all you gotta do is get you a trapper keeper notebook and you can write you a marriage proposal and get your butt in jail. You're gonna need a lawyer for that. And none of this is unique to poly. That shit that I mean that is wild. And it's actually better without the marriage. Without saying, you know what, we finna get married. Like, why can't you just be a group of black people that's economically sticking together socially, helping each other? What is the unique benefit to being married, to having a sexual relationship to that person? And so, um, let's see, boom, 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 boom. Okay, bet. Now let's go to her slide isms. Now, I want you to know, I hope y'all ready to be Islamic, because that's what some of her sources was from. She's talking about possession of significant financial resources to provide all expenses of each other's family. Where you gonna keep that at? That I'm telling you, you're in America. That stuff is gonna get taxed. They're gonna say, how much money did you earn? What is your address? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Y'all think y'all own something. And y'all gonna get y'all butt evicted and sued. Okay. And Physical prowess for completely satisfying the sexual desires of each wife. Wow, really? You're that impressed? Good news for you. I'm glad you're straight, Holly. But a lot of women aren't getting sexually satisfied by their man. So now it's five more of them that he, and then we're talking about mental issues. As much as men complain about women now, and then you just think you're gonna sit up here and be the type of dude that comes from being what we are today to dealing with five, six different women saying, I want to go to the store, I don't want to go to that store, I want to go to this store, I don't like that type of ice cream. You know I don't like that type of ice cream. All of the attention you have to dedicate to a relationship, you think a man can do that six different ways? Probably you. Probably a woman. A woman probably can micromanage men, but I mean, come on, man. It's like sending kids off to school. Go work. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and then let me see. Um, I hate that even added this little thing. Okay, so now nation building, right? Want a separate nation within the United States. How many of us want a separate nation? I want a separate nation. You may want a separate nation, but are we the majority? No, no. So that's crazy. And then it says, constructing or construction national identity uses the power of the state. Cool, nice little argument. Not the majority of people, and even if some people practice polygamy, like I said, you're in the United States. You gotta obey the laws. Why break the laws just to have different, multiple sex partners? Why not just do it without it? So both economic and social factors are influence for success in the nation. You can have the same economic and social factors included without getting married, without putting yourself in a contractual agreement with somebody of the opposite sex just so you can have sex with them. Polygamy done right upholds a woman's natural rights. A natural right, her right to marriage. Marriage is a natural right. No, that's a man-made right. That's misrepresented. Formally, that kills this whole source right here. Marriage is not a natural right. Form a family. In what manner? Just have them and let them, grow up like deer in the forest. Man, wife, children, all of this stuff. This is man-made in structure. Um, co-wives form a bond with each other. Why can't you just form a bond with each other's sisters? What brings you closer? Having menage a trois, the orgies bring you emotionally closer to the women. And then she said time and gives them space to time with new babies because the other women can take care of the other kids. So she's gonna be disconnected from her other kids just to make sure she have a new baby for this dude to sit up here and act like he like it too. You know what I'm saying? And responsible for household wifely duties. Wifely duties. I want to see you get five of those in the same room. Okay, a man can produce a child. A man can produce a child or children with many women in a polygamous relationship versus one per 9 months. Get better at having one per 9 months, and then we could talk about polygamy. That's dead. Family is the building block to success. I agree, but we don't have to be screwing each other. Brother and sisters and cousins and uncles and nieces and nephews and aunties are family. You're not screwing them. But guess what? You're getting together and you're getting all of the benefits of polygamy without the STDs and the IG posts. With that one woman, you increases the likelihood of developing PPD, putting her and the children at rest because her body is constantly unbalanced due to hormonal shifts. Get better at having one baby, okay? And then we can worry about having multiple wives and six different hormonal shifts. You know what I'm saying? Creating a larger family will put older children in position. I agree, but you don't have to be married. Family is more than just husband and wife. What was the husband? What was the aunties and uncles and stuff in your slide? Everybody, you ain't even got no kids in there. Okay, community, a group of people not having sex and being economically and socially developed. Okay. I just changed your slide. That's what it should have said. But you said a group of people living in the same place and having particular characteristics in common, a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. I agree with that. Guess what they're not sharing? Sex. You see how that's the only factor? The only factor in polygamous relationship is the sex. You can get all of these benefits outside of it, but with the fact that you're getting married, sex, you're my wife, I'm your showing ownership of possession, you're now conflicting relationships. We're not mature enough for that. Polygyny helps grow the community, keep cultural practices alive. So, how, with penises and vaginas being involved, you can do all of this stuff. This is not unique to polygyny. Community helps grow the community. In times of war, when the male to female ratio becomes further limited, polygamy provides women with viable marriage options still. Sure. I'll concede that point. During times of war, black women are gonna have more options. How? If the men are going off to war, that's a dramatic decrease in men. But we do marry our family in polygamy, so your son or your daughter might be. Polygamy has several economic advantages over monogamy. Name one. In most cultures, women contribute significantly to the wealth of the household and can thus materially benefit from the labor of additional spouse. That's not unique to polygamy. That's marriage, period. In marriage, women contribute significantly to the wealth of the household and can thus materially benefit from the later. Uh, Contributing to the household. Dead. Polygamy has several. Oh, that's the same one. Polygamy has economic factors that are influential for success in nation, family, and community. Why? Because you're sexually active with another person. This is not unique to polygyny, and polygyny doesn't even bring this. Show me the correlating factors of having multiple sex partners adding to this being the truth. You can't. It's just if people click up, you make more money. I get that. But when you're clicking up and having sex, you get the same benefits, but psychological trauma that black people are not mature for. Finances are pulled from a family resources is seen that a substantial amount of family members, cool, can happen without polygyny. This whole statement was said without the word polygyny. I get it. Living frugally, listen to this. Living frugally and having more than one income earned in the household makes it easy to afford this lifestyle. Cool. Me and Katrina moving the house with you and your husband, moving the house with Solar and Angel, moving the house and with Bingo and Z, and none of us cheat, no police, and we stack our bread and we get to it. Let's do it. I agree with you. There's nothing unique about this to poly, man, that makes this even a good conversation to sit up here and say, yeah, poly is good. Why? What is the difference? Like for real, what is the unique difference from poly to any other relationship other than, oh, look, you have multiple sex partners? And I mean, who wants that? Do the women want multiple men? Right? Do women want to deal with more than one penis at the same time openly? You know what I'm saying? Like, and for men, yeah, it sounds good. Oh, yeah, it sounds good to a 16-year-old. But as a mature man, do you
Time.
really want 3, 4, 5 wives? Black power. Let's go.
All right, all right. We will be right back with the rapid fire round right after this brief intermission, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Body. Neo with the four. Number 2, we got Minister High and add a little bit of smoke. Interrogation.
All right, Suave.
Hello, Holly.
Suave, is polygamy good for black people?
No,
Why is it not?
because black people are not economically stable to support a polygamous nation. Their black people are not mentally stable enough. I'm sorry.
So if black people aren't economically stable enough to support a polygamous relationship, would it not be beneficial for them to bring an extra income earner into the relationship?
In what manner? What do you mean? Like a business partner?
Well, obviously, that's not the relationship that I'm talking about.
Yeah, like a business partner, yeah, but not necessarily like another husband or wife.
If we're talking about marriages, then we wouldn't be talking about business relationships.
Yeah, there's
I
no
get
sense
it.
to bring
You don't
another
want to
person
answer
in
that.
marriage.
Gotcha.
No, I answered it.
You said that black people weren't mentally stable enough to enter into polygamous relationships, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that would mean that they're also not healthy enough to enter into a monogamous relationship.
We're healthy enough for that. It shows that we're healthy enough
How
enough
is
for it.
that? If a polygamous relationship is between one man and one woman?
Because it's easier to manage one spouse than it is multiple spouses.
I'll ask you that again because you either weren't listening or you didn't hear me. So,
Okay.
in a polygamous relationship,
Mhm.
if a man is not, or black people are not healthy enough to enter into a monogamous relationship,
Mhm.
then how could they not be to enter into a poly? Because a poly relationship is between
Mhm.
one man and one woman.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me explain to make sure that I clarify in context to the question. Uh, Black people are not mentally stable enough. Black people are not as mentally stable to enter poly relationships as they are to enter monogamous relationships. There's a better chance the monogamous will survive over the
But
poly.
a poly relationship is between one man and one woman.
Yeah, I thought poly meant multiple spouses.
It is, but they have a relationship separate of each other.
Oh wow, really? And what separates it?
So, do the same issues exist in a monogamous relationship as the ones that you stated
No,
in a poly one?
no. There are problems that are unique to the poly relationship.
What are
That
those?
the fact that you have to worry about, does your second wife get more attention than your third wife? Does your fourth
No,
wife's child get more
that's
attention
why
than your
there's
fifth?
equality across the board.
I mean, how? But who is that going to be maintained by? Who's going to
The
maintain
husband,
equality across the board?
that's his job, is to maintain the
Okay.
equality.
Okay. I'm just saying that is an issue that can arise in poly relationships that's not there in monogamous relationships, though.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting
Mhm.
that you would put off an expectation that's not necessarily one, but seems like more that your own. My next question would be,
Mhm.
wouldn't it be beneficial for people to seek counseling before, during, and after relationships to build healthy people and relationships?
Yes.
So if you sought counseling to build a better relationship, build yourself,
Hmm.
those issues that you're saying that would be brought into a poly relationship, wouldn't
Hmm.
that be something that would be eradicated?
Eradicated? No. Eradicated? No.
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 Okay,
No.
so then you could then bring those same issues into a monogamous relationship.
The majority of them, except for the ones that are unique to poly relationships, like the ones I mentioned,
And what are those?
that you would have to say, well, the third wife kids aren't getting as much attention as the first wife kids, and certain things like that.
And again, that goes back to equality across the board. So,
Mhm.
is adding an extra income beneficial to a family?
Well, yes, adding extra income is beneficial to a family. Yes.
Okay. And adding that extra income beneficial to a family by adding the extra earner, like by means of adding an extra wife, husband?
No, not by adding another wife or husband. An extra
Then
earner,
why
a
not?
business owner, because it complicates the. First of all, you're talking about business. You never mix business with family, and you're
That
talking about
but that answer has nothing to do with the question.
it. Absolutely
Asher,
does.
is adding an extra income beneficial
It's
to a
adding
family
that. It's adding another wife.
by adding an extra spouse?
Yeah, is adding an extra wife to a relationship to add her income to it good? No, that doesn't. That is not an even exchange. No.
So adding the extra income is not beneficial, is what you're saying now.
No, yes, that's beneficial, but but you got to weigh it up. If I get $10,000 from a bank robbery, getting the $10,000 was beneficial, but getting caught for the bank robbery is not. So
Um,
adding the extra wife,
that's
and adding
apples and oranges. Like there's not a comparison there. I mean,
adding the extra wife just because of the money is not worth adding a whole nother person. No.
so adding an extra income into a family, thus saying taking the family from $45,000 a year to closer to $140,000 a year, that's not beneficial.
Yes, that would be beneficial.
Okay. And the means of doing so would be by adding an extra spouse into the situation, and you're
That
telling
would
me
make
that
it not
you're
beneficial.
telling me that then it now negates.
Yes. Yes. Because I've talked, you're speculating about
That
the money
doesn't
is going to be
that
there.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You add another relationship,
How
you add
you're
another
adding
sex
an
partner,
income
y'all get
and
into it.
then you're
Okay.
turning around and saying that now it's a negative. But we can keep
Yes.
going.
Okay.
Is the added benefit of having someone at home to take care of the children, thereby eradicating the cost of childcare? Is that beneficial?
It depends on who the person you got watching them.
Well, in the context of this debate, it would probably be the mother or the sister wife. So
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be beneficial.
how would it not be beneficial to take, say, 15, let's just say $15,000 off of the family debt by cutting out the cost of childcare?
I mean, but you're adding a person to the marriage, so that 15,000 is still going to be there plus more because this person has to eat, get clothes, they're running more water, using more
No,
electricity.
the money wouldn't be there because it would be spent on childcare. So
The
how
money, no,
is it
it would
not beneficial? How is it not beneficial?
because it would take more than 15,000 to support a whole nother person. With them adding more to the bills, with them having to eat, with emotional things, we need another car. There's more places to
How do
drive to
you
with
know that?
gas.
How is that not beneficial? Seeing that the 15,000 is there and it's not being spent on childcare. So
15,000 over a year.
okay,
How much? Okay, how much can you eat for 15,000 a year? Can you support a whole
you
person for
can you
fifteen
can do
thousand a year?
you can do that for a lot less than 15,000. But
And
thanks.
they're gonna sit there at home, watch your kids all day, and eat McDonald's dollar
So
fries.
am I going to get an answer to that question?
Yeah, I said no, it wouldn't be beneficial because they're a spouse, so
Why
that
do you
adds more
think that
elements.
sex is the benefit of a poly relationship?
It's not the only benefit, but this the only unique benefit. So the fact that everything else you could get from a friend except for
So
sex,
you so
that's
you
got to
think
be the
that
determining factor.
so you think that sex is the greatest benefit from the poly
It
relationship,
no,
even
it's the
though
only
it's
unique
oh,
benefit.
okay,
That's not what I
even
said.
though that it's the woman and the women that are the ones that decide the parameters of a poly relationship.
No, they don't.
Sex
They're in
is,
agreement
sex,
with their husband.
sex
That's not true.
is the biggest fact is not
That's
the
not
biggest
true.
factor in a poly relationship,
That's
and
not true.
that's absolutely true. That the women are the ones that decide on
Time.
the poly relationship.
All right. Swab BZ, it is on you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, bet. What is the unique benefit of a poly relationship? You're dead.
Everything that I just told you.
Everything you just told me is
Yep.
unique to a
Family.
poly relationship.
Yes.
So you
Family.
can't
Just
earn money. So you can't earn money in a monogamous relationship.
okay. Well, first let's
Can
start
you?
with
No, no, no,
this.
no, 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 no,
I
no.
am
We're
I'm from
here.
the
We're here.
South,
We already
so
started.
I talk a little slower.
No, it's
So
cool. I'm
so
gonna
at
cut you
least
off
give
when I
me
need to.
time to
I'm
get my thought
asking
out.
you, can you get money in a monogamous relationship?
Not as much as if you bring in
That's
other
not what I
income earners.
asked. You're clearly going
You
out the
did.
side of
That's
the
exactly
context of
what
the
you just
question.
asked.
No, I said, can you get money while in a monogamous relationship?
Not as much as
So
if
you're
you
taking
brought
the
in.
question out of context of how I'm asking it to be right.
No.
Okay. Well, let's just the judges take notes that she didn't give me a yes and no before she tried to explain herself. She's trying to do a comparison thing, which I never set the narrative for. Okay. And so if there's no unique benefit to poly other than multiple sex partners, why is poly good?
Okay. So the
Why? No,
question,
no, no, no. I'm sorry. Why is poly better than any other relationship?
repeat the question.
If if the only unique benefit to poly is having an extra sex partner, why is it better than any other relationship?
Okay. Well, first of all, that narrative is your own. I think that I've shown more than enough evidence that sex has nothing to do with the benefits
Sex
of the
has nothing to
relationship.
do with poly. You said that you make more kids. Don't you
You
make more
do.
kids through
You
sex?
do. And
Don't you make more kids through
if
sex?
you listen to what I was saying,
I
is
did. And
that,
so I
but
don't
you
want you to
didn't.
reiterate it. I just want to,
But you
do
didn't.
you get kids through sex? You don't know? You want to
Yes.
Google it? Okay. So is poly is one of the benefits of poly sex?
It's reproduction.
Is one of the benefits of poly sex? I know you didn't come to me with this debate to sit here and not
Reproduction.
answer questions. Is part of the benefits of poly sex? Yes or no?
Reproduction.
So you can't answer yes or no to nothing. Okay. Judges, take
Absolutely.
notes of that.
What you're trying to do is minimize,
I'm
the
no, I'm trying to
situation.
get a
You
straight
just
answer.
said
It's
that
okay. It's all right.
it's
It's okay.
more
It's all right.
kids. That's
Do people
reproduction.
do, I got you. I got you. Do people argue in relationships?
Uh,
You thinking
sure.
of a way not to answer yes or no? Okay,
Sure.
sure. Sure. Good job. Good job. Okay. So with more spouses, wouldn't that be more arguing?
I don't think that arguments are necessarily something that is um, unique to a poly relationship.
I didn't say that. Why are you avoiding the questions today,
I
sis?
just
I
answered
said
you.
if you have arguing in relationships, if you have more partners, when you have more arguments, yes or no?
I, that's not something that can be answered yes or no, because I mean you're talking about individual relationships.
Okay.
How do people in individual relationships relate to each other? You can have people
Okay.
that don't argue at all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. In a poly relationship, who determines the roles? Who watches the kids? Who goes to work? Who washes the dishes? Who's the educator? Who determines those roles?
That's going to be a family decision.
Okay, so the wives are in agreement with the husband.
Uh, I'm, again, that's going to be a family decision. I mean, who
So
makes
the
those
wives are in agreement with the
decisions?
husbands, right?
How are you saying that the wives are in agreement with the husbands when we're talking about individual families?
When you
I can't tell
said
you what
that's a
works in your
family,
house. I can tell
when
you
you
what works in my own.
so in a poly relationship, would the wives have to be in agreement with the husband?
The wives would have to be in agreement with everybody. It's a family decision.
Okay, everybody. Okay, including the husband. So how
He's
do the
part of
women
the
rule?
family.
Yes, I understand. But so how does the women rule the poly relationship as you spoke of if they have to be in agreement with the husband? How do they rule the relationship?
Well, you just took that and made it a completely different narrative. What I said was that it's a family decision.
No,
So
you didn't.
the I mean, I could totally flip that and tell you that the husband would have to be in agreement with his wives.
That's cool. That doesn't conflict with what I'm saying. But you said that the women rule the poly relationship. Did you not?
Absolutely. They're
Okay.
the ones that
So
make the
do the women have to be in agreement with the husband?
they have to be in agreement with the family. All the decisions are made by the family.
Is the husband part of the family?
What I just went over that.
Okay. All right. And so, okay. And so if there's no unique benefit other than sex, okay, with
Hmm.
poly, why is poly better than being monogamous?
Okay, so family,
Family?
nation building,
Can you do both of those with a monogamous relationship?
community.
Can you do all three of those with a monogamous relationship? I'm asking.
Not on the level that a polygamous one would be.
That's speculation because if the polygamous relationship come together and people just argue, fight, bust each other up the head, ain't no nation building, ain't no community, ain't no family. So
And that would be
if people
speculation.
aren't prepared to do that, then there's no nation building. Okay, then so ain't no
That would
need to sit up here.
what you're
So
doing
why
is
answer the question?
speculating.
Okay, so what I'm so why
But
no?
but
You're answering the question. So hold on, hold
polygamy
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I
polygamy
didn't
is
ask
a
you nothing.
choice.
What
It's
are
a
you
choice.
asking? What are you answering? You don't answer the questions I ask you, and then you answering phantom questions that I
I've
guess you
answered
didn't.
every
Okay.
question that
So
you
what I'm
asked.
saying is, can you get family, community from a monogamous relationship?
I just told you, sure, but not on the
Okay.
level that you
So
can on
what?
a
Okay. So I'm
polygamous.
asking you if multiple sex partners is the only unique benefit to a poly relationship, you can get the economics, you get the spiritual support, the social support, the friends, the celebration of birthdays, kids, whatever you want in a group of people who decide to come together and not have sex versus a group of people that come together and say, well, we don't mind having sex. If there's no other unique benefit other than that, what makes it better than monogamy?
Because of the level. There's levels to it. You can't get the finance, the community, the family. You can't get that on the
You
same
have to be
level of
having sex.
monogamy to that you can for
If
polygamy.
14 monogamous, if
If you
14
bring
monog, is four.
in
You
a
clarified. I gave you 20
if
seconds.
you bring
Thank you.
in
If 14
you
monogamous,
haven't
if
you haven't even
14,
let me finish the
okay, it's
last
fine.
question, and you want to
If
ask me
four,
another one?
yes, yes. If
I told you I'm
14
Southern. I
monogamous
speak
relate,
slow.
I know you
Speak
wait. You
slow.
wait on solar. I know you begging for solar to say time.
Oh no, I'm
If
good.
14 monogamous relationships come together, form a community, and say we're brothers, sisters, and we're staying faithful to our spouses, isn't that the same thing as a poly minus only the sex?
No, because going back to what I was saying, now if we're building families, community, and nation building these things, now you have these 14 poly relationships. They're producing children. Now, if we're building a nation from these families, now they've had multiple children from these multiple wives. Now I can take these 14 couples and start intermarrying these children amongst each other. That family is turning into a nation
Mm-mm.
with the same
Okay,
morals
thank
and
you.
values
Okay, how do you
that
foul at tax time?
they
How
all
do
want.
you? How does a man with 17 wives foul at tax time? Does he foul jointly or individually?
You would file jointly,
With who?
the first wife.
Because you got legally married.
Uh, I believe that uh, legal marriage would definitely be the way
So
to go,
would you?
but polygamy is
Would you
not just
legally? So would you
it's not
legally
just a
marry?
marriage.
So would you legally marry every wife?
In places where it's legal at, yes,
Okay, can you name one place in America where it's legal,
Utah.
where black people can go and have poly relationships? Now we
Okay,
talking about black people.
so black people can't go to Utah.
th- th- Do black people want to
You
go
do
to
know that
Utah?
the Utah Jazz, like they're there. So I mean, black people are definitely in Utah.
Do black people want to go to Utah? Do you want to move to
How
Utah?
do I know the mindset of all
I'm
black
asking you.
people?
I'm asking you. Do you want to
Let
move
me
to Utah?
hold on. Let me see if I can read your thoughts.
No. Do you
Fine.
want to move to Utah? Do you want to move to Utah?
Me personally,
Yes.
I don't know. I've never
You're
lived in
dead. You're
Utah.
dead. You're dead.
Never.
Everybody finna move to no corner of Utah to sit up here and act like they finna get married
Time.
around a bunch of white people. A bunch
Time.
of black people moving to Utah and just having orgies.
Time. All right. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and close this thing out.
Other than poly, why? Why? What is the unique benefit of poly for black people? What? 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 What other than multiple sex partners? And let's face it, a woman, the woman depending on the man financially for certain things, and then her money, because that's the exchange. You get more sex, I get to do what I want with my money. You pay the bills. And a woman sitting up here talking, black women talking about some, oh, yeah, I'm going to split the bills with you evenly, and you get to have sex with all of us. No, no. So, opening, congratulations, good thing, laid it out, premise is just one big elephant in the room. It's like, yeah, you could get this from poly, you could get this from poly, you could get this from poly, and you could get that from monogamy, you could get that from monogamy. Did you say, well, there's a greater chance of you having more? Yeah, if you're psychologically fit, if you're used to dealing with relationships like this, if you're not insecure, paranoid, have trust issues, if you're not black people, yeah, sure. Sure, maybe if you knew what you were, maybe if you were in tune with your heritage, maybe if you hadn't lost your history, maybe if you hadn't lost your practices, maybe if you weren't disconnected from your God, maybe if you wouldn't have had your diet taken from you, maybe if you wouldn't have got thrown off track. And yeah, we're doing a good job today. We're lawyers, we're doctors, we're airplane pilots, we're all type of stuff. We're not a beat down, struggling people, but I got something to tell you. We are unique people with a unique set of circumstances that condition us to have to be in certain communities, or we kind of go haywire. It's just there. That's why black people don't mind stacking up on top of each other in projects, in buildings, in prison and stuff like that. We don't like living off. It's something that unique to black people that just won't allow polygamy to be beneficial at this time. Okay, I mean, we doing a good job at monogamy. We were doing a better job at least doing it. I don't know how the relationships were individually, but people were married. Black people had more economy. Black people, and I'm talking about 1920s, 1940s. You know, the you know we had houses, we had cars, we had property, we had investments, we had real estate, we had pensions. We've lost a lot of that. We're not practicing, we're not playing the game. But then we're ready to sit up here and have a multifaceted relationship. Oh, yeah, I'm with you, but I'm with you, and I'm with you. Come on. Come on. I mean, wishing upon a star, sure. If something changes, sure. But black people right now, negative. No, no. We need to learn how to be a son to our mothers, a daughter to our fathers, vice versa, a brother to our sisters, parents to our children. We don't need to be practicing on the position of wife again. Oh, I'm so good at having a wife, I'm going to get another wife. Even though by my one wife, I got 3 kids, I got 4 kids, I got 5 kids. How much attention can you devote to them? The interrogation round was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. She answered one question with sure. She didn't say yes or no. Nah. There's nothing to talk about in the interrogation round. That was just, the displays there is just, it really put her argument out to light. What is the one unique benefit of poly that doesn't exist anywhere else? I can get money with my brothers, cousins, my friends. The AOI can move out somewhere, get some land, invest in stocks, and all of us stay faithful to our spouses, and we could ball out. What is the sense of getting more money if you're not psychologically fit? What is the sense of getting more money if you're not spiritually fit? What is the sense of getting more money and constantly trying to advance in the lane of sex, money, sex? But when it comes to every other lane, we good, we suffice, we good, we jiggy, that's it. No, no, not poly, not right now, not black people. Black power. I'm out.
All right, all right. We're gonna pass this now over to Sister Holly. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Sister Holly, you have the last word. Whenever you're ready, Sister Holly, you could begin. Cameras on.
All right, family. Suave, he's focusing on sex, and that's not what a true poly relationship is all about. That's why I said multiple times during my presentation, if poly is done right, the benefits of it are, and he seems to be focusing in on, well, what can you get from a poly relationship that you can't get from a monogamous one? And it's just very simple. Going over family. Family, it again is the building blocks of success. I mean, you can't create things such as generational wealth without a family. You have got to have generations to pass that wealth down to. And in a poly relationship, having more than one wife, more than one means to reproduce, then you can uh, boost your uh, ability to create generational wealth just by having a greater amount of children. And also the families, the larger families, like I showed you in my presentation. It's it's a lot. There are a lot of benefits to it that you can't get out of not having a family of that size. I showed you evidence where people in that come from larger families, it makes couples less likely to divorce. He showed you in his chart that he presented that Black men and women, primarily women, are not getting married at the same rate as they used to. So, having a poly marriage, a poly relationship, it puts those women who they're not getting married at the rate that they used to in a situation to have legitimate children, to have a marriage, and what is again their birthright. Co-wives have the ability to form bonds with each other that they may not get out of obviously a monogamous marriage. They are able to lean on each other for support. I mean, who's better to lean on as far as sisterhood goes than someone who is actually in your situation? They know the trials and tribulations that are going on in your relationship because they are a part of it too. As far as nation building goes, I mean, we're talking about you know for those that do want to participate. He's trying to talk about like the 41 million Black people in the United States. I mean, I can't make 41.1 million people's minds up for them and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to move in unison and all become poly. I can't do that. So, I mean, obviously, poly is definitely a relationship that is for those who want to participate in it, and those who want to participate in it who have a mind for nation building. I mean, this is the way to do so, is through a poly lifestyle, because it cultivates an environment for a nation, for a healthy nation building. If Black people want a separate nation, it raises the population in that nation, and it helps to bolster economic and social factors that are influential for the success of that nation building. Finances, I don't know why he keeps coming up with this whole idea of, oh, well, you can do the financial portion of a poly lifestyle within a monogamous situation, because again, going back to what I initially said about the women running the relationships with their husband and with the family, it's about the women. If all women are taken care of financially, whether it be through in states that it's not legal in, you can adopt an adult. It only takes 60 to 90 days to do so. And that man and that wife can go, the first wife can go on to adopt all the other wives, making sure that they're covered legally underneath the law. There are wills that can be set in place to make sure that everybody gets everything equally.
Time.
There's life insurance to make sure that everybody is, yes.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. We're going to go ahead and drop the link inside of the chat room and let the people decide who you think had the better argument for tonight's debate. As I'm doing that,
Because it's just losing on drugs, self-developing certain.
it looks like Suave BZ is first up to bat. So let's bring the brother on. Suave BZ, what's good?
Black Power, you already know what's good, what's popping.
All right. So, which is better for Black people? Polygamy?
That's an incomplete sentence. You said, which is better for Black people, polygamy?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to look at the title. Is polygamy good for black people, brother?
No, 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 no.
And why do you believe that's the case?
Because we're not well enough developed in certain skills to be able to maintain healthy polygamous relationships.
And what do we lack here?
Well, I would say, first of all, mental stability, social stability, economic stability, you know,
Okay, so how do we lack in mental stability?
because it's just certain things that black people uniquely have been left behind on, and certain things that we
Give me examples of
experiencing.
what you're talking about when you say mental stability.
Uh, well, the fact that we had a large amount of family members on drugs, abused relationships, you know, things like that. That does something traumatic to you. And children raising that to become adults, that lose a little trust in
So you're
relationships,
saying
lose trust in
drugs
people,
and what else?
abusive relationships.
Abusive relationships.
Yes.
And what did these abusive relationships come from a product of?
There's no one blanket, reason. There's multiple.
So you don't attribute the lack of conformity or organization within relationship structure as one of the main reasons why you have bad relationships?
No, that's the reason I said abusive relationships.
Right. So I'm saying what creates an abusive relationship is what I'm saying. You
Um,
don't attribute lack of structure and things of that nature to serve as a foundation of abusive relationships.
I mean, that's the cause. The abusive relationships
So
is the
you don't do
reason
you
why you
think
can't.
so you're saying that's one of the causes is lack of structure.
No, that's one of the products of abusive relationships is lack of structure in relationships. The relationship's not going to
So you're
structure
saying
if
that
you're
the
abusing.
structure should be once you get into the relationship.
Yes, you get into a
So
relationship
you
to
don't believe
structure
that a
a
structure
relationship.
should be in place before you get in a relationship.
I mean, it's impossible to have that. How do you construct something with somebody you don't have a relationship with?
Well, they have cultures that actually families communicate and they have structure. Whereas though, okay, I have five sons over here, you have five daughters over here. Maybe one of
Mhm.
my sons could marry your daughter, and maybe we could connect as a family and build off of that.
Okay, that's a trollman. That's not poly. That's
No, I'm
that's
just
saying
giving you I'm just giving you an example of structure. I mean, we could add, well, okay, I'll give you three of my daughters to your son.
that's
I mean,
still a trollman. That's not them picking their relationship and
why would
why
they have to pick? I mean,
because that's what polygamy is.
no, that's not polygamy. Polygamy could be a person having three wives given to him. It ain't.
Three
I mean, the
wives
picking doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they
as a
picked or if you choose
child.
them.
As a child, like I'm gonna make my son marry your daughter.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. When they become adults, obviously, but yeah, that doesn't
Mhm.
make it not polygamy because he was given my daughters to marry.
Yeah, I mean,
So once again, we're going back to is that a more structured way? Is what I'm asking.
no,
So that's
no,
not a
it's
more
not.
structured way.
No, it's just a way.
Okay,
It's
so
it's no.
cool. So, what is one of the major problems in the black community concerning family structure?
um lack of commitment.
What else?
Um, inexperience as playing the roles that we are faced with. Like you know, boys
Solar
and girls aren't experienced enough of being mothers and
fucking with me before. I better get that motherfucking shuckle butt for real. I better get that rapid fire for real. Yeah, that's hard, man. Let's go.
fathers. And so usually they get better as they have more
So,
children. But
who um, tends to be the head of the household in America?
The man.
You said the man in the black
Yes.
community.
In the black community, yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's not correct.
It is correct.
Most families are headed by single black women.
On paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But
that means that
you
and when
mean
you
who
look at,
child
I
head of
mean, you look at
household every
He's dead.
statistics, when you look at statistics, and once again, we're talking about structure. So when you look at statistics, you can see that most women are leading their families, whether it's financially or whether it's them being single parents. That's just a fact.
No, that makes
Okay,
them
so you're
head of
saying that
household.
Most homes in the black community are ran by men. Fact. Majority of the black community, the homes are ran by men. There's no way to get around that. They may not be married, but the majority of black women aren't single. The majority of black women have a man. They will not. The majority of black women have somebody has a man. That if they said I'm single, there will be conflict upon saying that. If they may not file taxes as head of household, they may not have a marriage certificate. But who runs the house? Me.
that's not true.
Yeah, you said
Yeah,
that's
like
head
you're
makes them head
lying.
of
Yeah, so
household.
you're lying. So we
No.
know you're lying. Yeah, because
Let's say for
not
instance,
only that you could see it statistically, you could see it visually in the inner cities.
you talk about who
So
foul head of household every
so what
year
I'm
on
saying to
their
you is that what would solve that problem with the single mothers without fathers?
what would solve which specific
What
problem?
is one of the
Them
ways we could solve that problem? We
by
have on the one hand we have
marrying them
we have on the
and
one
staying
hand
committed to relationship.
black men who are more likely to be either in jail or incarcerated, where it's going to result in them in employment. They tend to be more victims to crime than other criminal activity and murder, and more than any other race of people in America. So this in itself creates a deficit of the good black men, because we don't want any black man. So who's going to
Now you
raise these
restrict.
badass kids?
So now you restrict their fathers. If you have a child
Okay,
with a
so some of
woman,
their
you marry
fathers are
her.
dead. Some of their fathers are in prison.
Okay, well, you remarry. If they passed away,
Okay,
I don't. I
so
doubt if you'll
right,
be on
right.
your own
So
family.
remarry any man,
Any man that you love
the good
and
black man,
feel
right?
sufficing.
So the good black man, you want them to marry.
I want them to marry any man that makes them happy and have
Okay,
them
so
not in an
I'm in
abusive
terms of
relationship.
what's good for black people.
Hmm.
Yeah. So which one would it? What would it be? It would be obviously a good black man, right?
It will be black men. Yes.
Yeah,
I
good
mean,
black man, not just any black man.
not every black woman is a
No,
good
not just
black
any
woman.
black man.
Not yes, any black man. There's
Any
some not
black
so
man.
good black.
So we will
They're not-
that's the knucklehead on the corner that's selling cocaine.
Yes, he
Yes.
gets with the
So the
knucklehead
knucklehead
female.
on cocaine, you're telling me the knucklehead that's on the corner shooting and killing people. What is he gonna bring to the family? That's
He's
of
gonna
value. That's gonna be good for the black community.
he's gonna he's gonna bring an entrepreneurial mindset and spirit.
No, he's
She's gonna
not.
bring
He's gonna bring. He's gonna bring a. He's gonna. What he's gonna do is he's gonna condition them damn kids to get locked up and killed, just like
no,
he
he not.
is.
She not gonna let him do
That's
that.
what he's
She's not
gonna
let
do.
him
You're a
sell drugs.
liar.
He
You're a
gonna
liar.
stop
Statistics
selling
do not
drugs
agree
and
with you,
killing when he
bro.
meet her.
You're a liar.
He's gonna
You're a
stop selling
liar.
drugs and
So
killing
that
when he get
knucklehead.
with her.
So what about the dude without no money that's sitting on the goddamn couch playing
He's
PlayStation
gonna
all
get
day?
with a woman that ain't got no money
Okay,
sitting on the
okay.
couch.
So
They
what
gonna get
about the
money.
knucklehead that's sitting on the couch playing PlayStation all day?
He gonna get with a knucklehead female and they gonna get
No,
money.
you're not. No, you're not. He's going to sit up there while the woman taking her ass. This is reality. This is not the bullshit you're talking about.
That's not
Yeah,
reality.
while she's going to work, making ends meet, he's sitting his ass on the goddamn couch playing PlayStation all day. What do he have to offer?
I don't. You didn't say nothing. I mean, just based off the characteristics,
Answer the question. What do he have to offer?
based off the things that you told me, the details of the story, he offers a great gaming skill. And you know,
You shut your ass up. You're damn wicked. You're wicked as hell, bro. You're a wicked ass nigga, Swab.
people
You're
get make
wicked as
money on
fuck,
Twitch
bro.
for playing
You
video
are a
games.
wicked ass nigga, bro.
You,
He
them the only
gonna
details
offer
you
gaming
gave
skills.
me.
That's what you're gonna talk about. He
The
got
only
gaming
that,
skills to offer. That's what he's gonna offer.
the only
Niggas is getting that bag off of Twitch for playing video games. What? You got you a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox, whatever the newest one is, your little room with the lights and the pad in the back and all of that shit, man. Motherfuckers eating that shit up. Kids sit there and watch that shit all day. If you could manage not to smoke or drink or cuss, man, you gonna get some money off that shit. More money than what he getting on that couch. Nah.
How to play
details
John
he
Madden.
gave, the only details
Get your ass out of here, bro. You're a liar, bro. You're a liar, bro. And you a wicked ass nigga. Going
It's so to be getting motherfuckers the fuck out of
there.
there.
Some gaming skills. Don't nobody need no damn. No, they can learn how to play Madden on their own, bro.
But they get paid for it, man.
Some gaming.
That's a real job out there.
Hey, what's going on, Sister Holly?
What's up, Solar?
Y'all want to notice something about Holly, this debate that I just noticed? Anybody want to take a swipe at it? Something about Holly, this debate, that is very notable. It's like a trademark of hers at this point. It's a trademark. Anybody want to take a swing at something that I noticed that was different about Holly and her trademark ways? That was different this debate. Holly. Golly. Holly. And it has something to do with her looks. I'll tell you that. Just so you won't be tweaking and thinking too hard. Something about the way she's presented. This entire debate, remember that, where we at, like, right? What's that, 158? Where did Holly first have? Okay. All right. There it is. Okay. So this is Holly's rebuttal. And and this is Holly's. What was it at? Interrogation. What is the difference of how Holly usually presents herself in a trademark fashion that did not happen this debate? Okay, I'll tell you. You're thinking about it, but you don't want to comment because you don't want me to know that you're here. He said she now has an innocent. No, Melanie Jones. She always has that. You know, it's the way she look. It's something in the way she look, and I'll tell y'all. Okay, in every other debate, and Holly will tell you this. She's just waiting for me to say it. In every other debate, Holly has her hair down in the beginning of the debate. In the beginning of the debate, Holly has her hair down. Holly doesn't put her hair up until the interrogation round because she knows she gets ready to fight. That's like a mental thing. She gets ready to fight. That means she came ready to fight. She had her hair up ready to fight from the beginning because she usually have her hair down and then put it up in the bun. Holly, you was really trying to kill me, huh, fam? And
Hey, what's going on, Sister Holly?
What's up, Solar?
Um, um, so is polygamy good for black people?
I believe so.
And why do you believe that's the case?
It fosters a good sense of family that, uh, with the conditions that, like such as the male to female ratio that Black women are currently in, that they would have the opportunity to have the birthright of marriage and family and community and nation building.
So,
that sentence absolutely transfers zero information. He's just so cold at that shit. She out blues blue. Damn.
in terms of
And Solar gotta try to act like he understood what the fuck she was talking about. Like, am I tripping?
like polygamy, um, who would be the wife that is the sole beneficiary of, when people get married, they got a contract pretty much, and in America, you only could do that with one woman. So, would it benefit the other wives in a polygamous relationship in America?
Absolutely. Like I was saying in my closing, uh, there are many ways to go about making sure that all the wives they inherit equally. If the husband dies, like I said, you can write out contracts in the beginning when you're going through the courtship process to say, hey, this is, what's going to happen in this marriage to, wife number 2 and 3 and 4, however many that, you as a family decide that you're going to invite into the marriage. And there's such a thing as adult adoption. Once the adoption has been finalized in 60 to 90 days, those wives they inherit, period, when the husband he passes away. Their wills, you everybody needs a will, but in a polygamous situation, a will would be something that would be vital to
But
have.
he only officially marries one wife, you're saying?
um yeah, and unless you go to somewhere like Utah where
Yeah, not everybody
that,
could live in Utah. So you're saying that he
that's
only
true.
actually officially marries one wife?
Well, that's a whole nother separate question. You were asking about
Yeah, no, this is another question.
okay, go ahead.
So he only officially marries one wife.
Uh, one wife at a time, because you could go
No,
on
we're talking about
paper,
legally.
right? You can go on paper and get married to first wife, and then you all just decide as a family that you're going to bring in a second wife, and then he can turn around and divorce, nullify, however the marriage to the to first wife get married legally to second wife, but yeah, one wife at a time, yeah. But
Okay,
he
so
can
you're
be
saying
married
that I know
legally to
that. So
everybody
that's what I'm saying. You only could legally marry one wife in America.
at a time. Yes,
Okay,
you
so
can
right,
legally
right.
marry all
So
of them.
Okay, so the fifth wife or whatever, somebody had 5 wives. The fifth wife would be the one he's legally married to, using your logic, right?
If that's the course that they took, so that at one point in time he was legally married to all of them, yes.
Okay, so how would that benefit the first wife?
First wife, she would benefit because she is first wife. Like I said,
Just because she's his first wife.
No.
So how would she benefit from him divorcing her for another woman? How would she benefit from that?
I wasn't through.
Okay,
like
go
I
ahead.
said, wills in place stating everybody gets, this life insurance, putting, if he's legally married to first wife, a life insurance.
How would she
in place
benefit
in the
from
name.
her being divorced when she don't want to divorce him? He don't want to divorce her. It's just this little scheme that you're saying that so he could have another wife. So how is that benefiting her to divorce somebody that she don't want to divorce is what I'm asking.
Okay, but if we're talking about the benefits for her to benefit after he dies, then like I said, first wife, if there are wills in place,
can't you have the wills in place and be married to him at the same time?
I'm sorry?
Can't you have the wills in place without them going through this crazy process?
Absolutely.
Okay, so once again, how would she benefit from being divorced by a person that she wants to be with, just so he could get another wife?
No. Okay, so
reset.
That first wife does not have to divorce her husband for other wives to come.
That's what you said, though. That's what you said.
No,
you came up with that silly scheme.
There's such a thing as a spiritual marriage.
You're the one. Oh, spiritual what? What you saying? Spiritual what?
I mean, you asked me about the legal marriage.
There's such thing as a spiritual what? What did you say?
That's the reason why my answer was crafted.
Okay, so did you say a spiritual? What did you say?
Marriage, but there's such a thing as a spiritual marriage. So
spiritual
can legally be married
okay,
to first wife,
a spiritual
and
marriage.
Spiritually married to fifth wife.
Okay,
yes.
So you're talking about a man that makes probably, obviously, on average, less than any other group of men in America. Now you're talking about, women that is on a rise in fields of education. They're getting their degrees more. They're graduating even out of high school more. They're doing all these things. You mean to tell me that they now have to acquiesce to a man that is not a sufficient provider, and then turn around and then do this Ponzi scheme of, okay, I'm marrying you, right? I'm marrying you, but I'm going to bring in these other women that I want to have sex with. So guess what? I'm going to divorce you and marry this person, and then I'm going to divorce her and marry this. You think that with all that the woman is bringing to the table, she going to put up with that crazy stuff?
Well, I mean, if that's what they came together as a family and decided,
it's just unrealistic is what I'm saying. And you know it. That's unrealistic.
I don't think that they would think
that's unrealistic. So why isn't it happening then?
But it is.
Where's that happening at? In America.
I showed in my
you ain't show nothing. You show
a
village in Utah. That's what you were showing.
There are 30 to 50,000 people by Brigham Young University.
You're following the Brigham Young University is lying. They're lying to you. You believe that? You believe that bullcrap, didn't you?
So you
believe that bullcrap, didn't you? Okay, they got you convinced. Okay, so you go ahead and get that. Be the first wife that gets divorced. You go ahead and do that. That makes absolutely no sense. What are you talking about?
As long as my name is on the insurance policies. In the event
okay, so it's all about money then. You don't want to be committed to the man. You want to be committed to his money.
My children are benefiting.
You want to be committed to the money. That's now it's about the children. Which children though? The ones you're having, or the ones those other wives having? Which children are you talking about? Which children are you talking about? The ones that which children are you talking about? The ones that you're having, or the ones that the other wives are having?
But those would be all my children.
Certain people got favorites.
Just like all the other wives, my children would belong to the other wives too, because it's a familiar unit.
Okay, so how would your personal contract benefit you? You don't have an answer. Look at you. You just don't even have an answer for that question. You know why? Because you're lying. You're lying. That's what you're doing. You're lying.
So you don't
Get out of here. Yeah, you're talking about some damn go get it married. What woman in America is going to do some shit like that? What woman in America is going to do some shit like that? Oh yeah, divorce. I'm gonna divorce you. I'm not really divorcing you though. I'm not really divorcing you. I'm just divorcing you so I can marry this other woman. But we still cool though. Let's go ahead and check out the
It originated in the 1960s and
scriptures.
You ready for us to begin?
Yes, whenever you're ready, brother.
Oh, okay. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to start with his appeal to authority. What we always
of people. Mason, proxy, dude, white.
Yes. Ready.
How you doing, sir?
How you doing? Shit. I'm good.
Nah, you ain't getting off that easy. All right, you sit here and say that the tenets don't exemplify blackness, but yet you categorize them as universal, then yet you press and talk as if they're white. So which is it?
So the tenants that you talked about are generic. There's nothing uniquely black about them. Like we talk about industry, we talk about cardinal virtues like prudence, courage. Like it's generic. It ain't. There's nothing that about those things that's uniquely black, right? Because when we talk about
what makes it uniquely white.
That's why I said it's generic, bro. It can be applied to anybody.
Right. So when we talk about anybody. Exactly. So when we talking about industry, education, fraternalism, religion, and things of that nature, we're talking about the universalism. There is no standpoint of white controlling it, correct?
Well, that's incorrect because you're talking about institutions. Those institutions, in order to exist, have to have some proximity to whiteness in order for them to last. So, like, in order to have certain institutions like churches and banks and businesses, there is a proximity to whiteness that's necessary, right? Whether it's going to a bank that has enough money to give you a loan, or having the right relationships downtown to get the correct permit. It's relationships with power that you need, that whiteness uniquely controls and has the capacity to deny you.
So power can't be by consumers. So power is not relying on consumers when we're talking about industry.
Power, no. The consumers are the sheep, bro. You the sheep. You sheep. Like,
but isn't that how you generate income, through consumerism?
Who generates income through consumerism? Not the consumer.
Industry.
Right, but who benefits from industry? Not everybody.
So the question I'm asking you is:
black people specifically don't
benefit from industry reliant upon consumerism?
Yeah.
Okay. So now let me ask you this.
Just like John, when we gonna do that Disney debate? When we gonna do that Disney debate? I don't want to hear about my debate with nobody else. Me and you supposed to have a scheduled debate. When you gonna have a break from being a mother and what you be doing? An Instacarter. You gotta take a little time out, man. I just need 2 hours. We want to see how you draw Dumbo and Mickey Mouse.
Is relying upon cows.
I would like to ask you, because you also stated that the proximity to whiteness and how it's undisruptive. Do you feel as though W.D. Du Bois' message was compliant to the hegemony of white America?
No, but his relationship with Freemasonry was. I'm arguing that the only reason that black people looked at things like Freemasonry as something that's to be desired is because just like everything else, when we over here, like Prince Harlan, and I'm not
What's
like
good,
he
sir?
couldn't help it, right? Like when you a free person in a new America hadn't even got its independence at the time Prince Hall was attempting to become a Mason. So when you're trying to figure things out, like when in Rome, do as. But now we know that black people doing as the Romans in Rome is detrimental to us, because what we need to do in order to adhere ourselves to get to that, to get closer to institutions, to get closer to power and control, there's always this, it's like this desire to be near whiteness or to replicate whiteness to do it. And that's why even though Prince Hall was discriminated against by the Masons, he still wanted to be one, because it's like, well, what else I'm gonna do, right? We don't gotta feel like that though. And that was the thing that the Black Power movement, that Pan-Africanism, that Black nationalism teaches us, is that the institutions that reject us, fuck them. I mean, forget them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we here create our own.
Okay.
So like
so with the creation of African Lodge 549, do you know who assisted him in obtaining his charter from the Grand Lodge of England?
Well, I don't off the top of my head, but I think
I would just say this: it wasn't a white person. It wasn't white people. It was a white person, Thomas Jefferson. So once again, to proximity.
But that's my point though, bro. Like he had to.
How is it that we are? Explain to me the proximity of wanting to be as if. Why do they help black people instead of white people if the proximity thing was in play? Why would I help black people if I'm trying to be white? Wouldn't I disregard black people?
No, I think because there's a misunderstanding of what black people need. So it's like it's black people that want to help black people, but they do it by adhering themselves to white people and getting closer to white people, because they believe that, oh, then like if we got these relationships, we can do this and we can do that and we can build. And so like it's people that's at that value of proximity to whiteness, but that's why we're having the conversation of ontology and epistemology, because that like there's a trade-off. There's an epistemic trade-off that takes place, right, in our minds when we are looking at white institutions and saying that value and power that is in proximity to those people. Then we're saying that the opposite to that, black people, power and value is not there.
Okay, what
right?
white institution?
Hold on. Even when you're not purposely saying that, like you don't have to be purposely saying
right.
Forget black people, but adhering to whiteness creates that trade-off.
I see your point, but the thing is, what you're not getting to, and you're giving me a whole lot of fluff. Excuse me for saying so. What white, in terms of the proximity to trying to be white or to assimilate, we just going to use that word because I'm tired of hearing the other one. What white entity was abolitionist and for abolitionism?
What you mean? There's a bunch of white abolitionists. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why, like being an abolitionist, like bro, think about what you're saying. Abolitionists were people who believe that slavery shouldn't exist. That's not a high bar. That's just like decency, like human. That's humanity, right? That's not unique to blackness. Being an abolitionist, people should be against slavery. You shouldn't be against slavery because of what happened to black people. You should be against slavery because that's taking away the rights and the humanity of an individual. So
what about building the schools and institutions for higher learning?
What about it?
How is that? My question to you is building schools and schools of higher learning for black people who've just got out of slavery. How is that for white proximity?
I mean, I think
white proximity.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think it requires more than just a conversation of building schools. Cause like we got schools that teach us terrible things. We have schools with terrible teachers. So the question isn't building schools. The question is what education is taking place in front of within those buildings. And if it's not an education of self-love for Black people, if it's not an education of looking within to find value for Black people, if it's not a conversation of respecting other Black people, then that education is just the same
So
as
do you
every
feel
education,
though?
regardless of who built the school.
So do you feel though? Stokely Carmichael's education at Howard University benefited him in his views and the way he felt about Black empowerment?
I don't think it was. He was somebody that thirsted for knowledge. So it wasn't uniquely Howard. It was Howard was just a resource. But I mean, like I say, I went to a predominantly white institution, and using the resources of that, like what I say is the education I got from that was challenging whiteness. So
you used proximity and went against it. You basically you were closer to whiteness than say a Kwame Ture, and you still came out unscathed by being in so close proximity, correct?
Yeah, but bro, like that, like
so
that's
do you
the
think
point.
that wouldn't apply back then? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's why they fought for sovereignty. So my question to you is: you can be in proximity, but you could still keep your identity of Blackness or create an identity of Blackness being within the proximity of whiteness.
Well, I mean, I think again, it's a question of what's taking place in terms of that proximity, right? Like, because that's why I know the argument specifically about Prince Hall Freemasonry was an attempt to replicate what it saw with other Masonic organizations. That's what I'm saying is the issue. What I'm saying is that when we talk about defining Blackness, Blackness is counter-hegemonic. Blackness goes against the grain. Blackness is deviant. Blackness is non-normative.
Against the grain. Did Prince Hall go against slavery?
Last question.
Yeah, Prince Hall was against slavery. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna swing this thing over to Domo. You got 10 minutes to interrogate T Duck whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Let's get it. T Duck, what uniquely about Prince Hall Freemasonry are you saying is the reason why it defined Blackness?
The structure.
The structure. What about the structure?
Well, in order to have any type of identity, you first have to have a type of structure that deals with being social beings, dealing with morality, dealing with fidelity, brotherhood.
A structure that deal with social beings.
No, I was just implementing. I was saying that we're social beings, so therefore the structure has to, gravitate around that. So we need fraternities, sisterhoods, tenets, morality.
Where do we get these structures from?
Where did the structure come from? I would say from ancient brotherhoods that existed before it did.
So ancient brotherhood. So you saying that like things that preceded Freemasonry?
Correct.
Okay. So why is Freemasonry necessary?
Freemasonry is necessary because things have to develop. You cannot keep it at its ancient existence because it may not apply today as it did.
But if we talk about it in the context of Prince Hall Freemasonry, it developed into white people. So you saying it's ancient, right? Ancient, like I'll give you that. When we say we talking ancient, we talking out, like we're not talking black and white like we understand it today, right? So, but when we talk about today, if we're saying that those were ancient principles, why, for example, from Prince Hall's standpoint, was it necessary to appeal to Europe for sovereignty if those ancient principles preceded that? Why was it? Why was it
accepted authority?
The accepted authority, right? So, what about appealing to the accepted authority is good for Blackness?
Because it makes what we're doing valid. Just like we appeal to the president and the legislation and the politics of the people in America. We don't just appeal to anyone. We appeal to the top.
Listen, bro.
Yes, sir.
Listen. I don't know what debate you think you in, but I want you to listen to what you just said, bro. I said, what authority? Right. You said the power, right? The powers that be. Now you and I would agree, have black people don't have a good relationship with the powers that be, right?
Correct.
Right. So if black people don't have a good relationship with those powers, what benefit is it to us to appeal to them for legitimacy?
We do it all the time when we write legislation.
Does it help
when
us?
we appeal? We do it all the time in our government.
Does it help us? Is what I'm asking. Yes, I know we
at
do.
times, and at other times it doesn't. If you look at Thurgood Marshall's attempts, if you look at
you got a cup and you got one empty cup and you got a half of water. You pour half the water, you pour all that water in one cup and pour all the water in another cup. Did you do anything? No, you didn't do nothing at all. So if you're saying that at times it helps us and at times it don't, that means that it don't help us. Because if it evens out. That means if we're saying that it appeals to the cans, if you saying that
it showed that we are willing to fight. We're not just gonna stand by and not be heard. Like regardless of proximity.
How are we fighting how are we fighting if we're appealing, bro? If we're petitioning, how is that fighting?
That is fighting. That's fighting without swords, guns. That's the political aspect.
Bro, you asking, bro. Like petition is like I'm asking. How are you fighting the person that you asked for?
Yeah.
Was Malcolm
you want this ass? You want this butt whooping? Like,
bro, was okay. So was in terms of black nationalism, was Malcolm X petitioning the
at the end he was.
government?
At the end he was.
Bro, Malcolm X was not petitioning the government, bro.
When he started his organization, he was petitioning. And he started a nonprofit and he was working towards this big I would say he was petitioning America.
The FBI and that ballot of the bullet speech, the FBI reported that speech to the White House. Because he said if y'all don't pass the Civil Rights Act, it's gonna be more of these bloody summers. You're not petitioning nothing. He was specifically talking about the Voting Rights Act. So again, you have challenging, like actually resisting, fighting, which is what I'm saying is what defines blackness, and then you have appealing to the major powers. Which one would you say is more? Hold on, which one?
You minimalize it, but it's change,
bro. Which one would you say is more representation of blackness? Fighting the powers to get change, or petitioning powers to get change? Which one is more exemplary of blackness?
They're both similar.
Which one is more exemplary though?
They're both similar. You cannot distinguish between the two.
Which one defines blackness? Which one defines blackness?
Listen to my answer. You cannot distinguish between the two because we got some people that'll put you on your back, and we got some people that'll talk you out of what you're gonna do. See, that's where we got the W.E.B. Du Bois and we got the Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey gonna beat you down. He ready to go to war.
But they clash though. Hold on. T-Duck. You saying they can't be separated, but ideologically they clash though.
They don't.
W.E.B. Du Bois didn't fuck with Marcus Garvey, bro.
No, what I'm saying is one will do one way and one will go the other way. Both of them can be effective because change is the pursuit.
But see, you talking about change generically, bro. I'm talking about defining blackness. So when we talk about defining blackness, we talking about the characteristics of blackness. Which one? Okay. Do you petition for freedom or do you fight for freedom?
Either or. You do what you got to do, which is necessary. Whatever you capable of doing. Not everybody can write. Not everybody can fight.
Let me ask you again, bro. Let me ask you again. Which one is more characteristic of blackness?
both
fighting
characteristics of blackness.
no
Because Prince Hall did both.
No.
You got to go off of what Prince Hall did in order to establish what blackness is.
But that's what I'm saying. If we go off what Prince Hall did, Prince Hall petitioned to European powers for permission to take on that same man.
He also fought.
He petitioned. You can say that. You can say that. Yeah, he was an
about the
abolitionist.
organization, and I'm talking about Moses Dixon specifically. Moses Dixon went up against the KKK and lost.
Bro, it was white people that went up against the KKK. So you telling me that all you got to do is go up against KKK and that define blackness? All you got to do is be an abolitionist and that define blackness?
What I'm saying is that if it wasn't for Prince Hall Freemasonry, we wouldn't have Moses Dixon. We wouldn't have Huey P. We wouldn't have Malcolm X.
Would we still have Harriet Tubman? Would we still have Harriet Tubman? Would we still have Harriet Tubman?
Have Marcus Garvey.
Would we still have Harriet Tubman? Would we still have Harriet Tubman?
Yes, we would.
Would we still have Nat Turner?
Yes, we would.
Would we still have Malcolm X?
No, we wouldn't.
We wouldn't.
Because Elijah Muhammad is a Mason. Therefore, without Elijah Muhammad, you don't have a Malcolm X.
Bro, can you tell the story of the Nation of Islam without bringing up Prince Hall Freemasonry?
Yes.
How? What's fundamental about that story other than the fact that he's a Mason?
Islam.
So you saying Islam is fundamental to Prince Hall Freemasonry?
No, the Nation of Islam.
So Islam. So you can't tell the story of the Nation of Islam without Islam. Correct. I asked you about Freemasonry though. What is unique about Freemasonry? What is unique about Freemasonry that makes it to where you can't tell the story of it without it?
Well, this is why you can't tell a story. It's the way it's structured. It's the way they.
Bro, what is unique about it? Tell me the uniqueness. Like, for example, when we talk about the Black Power movement, what was beautiful about the Black Power movement is that all the physical traits that they attempted, that the white epistemology tried to tell us that we shouldn't embrace, like our hair, our look, right. It said love all of that, right? Love all of that, right? That's unique to the Black Power movement. That's unique to Black nationalism.
But it's not unique. That's the thing. Its uniqueness is off the root of Prince Hall Freemasonry.
Make that connection, bro. When
I just did. That's the embodiment.
Bro, you saying it's the embodiment. You're not explaining anything unique about Prince Hall Freemasonry that specifically deals. Like I gotta tell you, all the things, bro, are
only root to everything.
But you said like cardinal virtues, bro. Cardinal virtues are cardinal virtues unique to Black people.
Let's talk
cardinal virtues unique to Black people, bro. Are cardinal virtues are unique to Black people?
No, absolutely not.
No, they not. Right.
Right.
They not.
It being the root to everything that sprouted from it is uniqueness.
All right.
All of that of which you speak to is rooted in Prince Hall Freemasonry.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and close this thing out. We'll be right back in a second. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Reparations on the table, nigga, we ain't seen shit. Put us under pressure, nigga, we ain't even sweat. Came out shining like a diamond in the middle, what's a mess? On Martin Luther King, bitch, we coming for a check. Headed to the Capitol to stake my feelings in the mind of a radical, you can't ride with me. I'm my only witness when I handle my business. Pull it from the hip, say bye-bye, Billy. No more time for no coasting, I'm on the highway focused. I ain't even smoking, I'm just riding my emotion. Both eyes open, I'm just trying to keep calm. Put an extra set of eyes on him doing recon. Knee deep in snow, say he try and keep going. Told him get up out the coat before my nigga deform. Every old wound seem to getting retorn. I'ma write deep porn to a nigga reborn.
For Black people who
what's going on?
Same old. Back at it like a crack addict.
So, did Prince Hall Freemasonry define blackness?
No. No.
What's funny? What's
Just
funny?
just hearing you ask the question is comical. So
Okay, so you what is masonry?
just a fraternal organization.
I mean, what does it do?
I mean, it's a when we talk about a fraternity, it's just a organization of initiated individuals who carry out various tasks, whether it's uh, social outreach or building up each other in the organization. It's just you get initiated so you can reap the benefits of being with these other people.
So you're saying it's like a network.
And yeah, that's a good way to look at it. But it's a
Uh,
more connected network. You got to be, like I said, you got to be initiated. It takes work to get into this network.
okay, so what do you have to do to become a mason?
Uh, I'm not sure.
You said they had to do work. That's why I asked that question.
Oh, because when I say with like fraternities, it's like whether it's like studying and researching or like the history of the organization, um, like having to pass certain tests. Like I mean, stuff like the Masons is yes, it's real secretive, and so a lot of people make a lot of claims about what you got to do to be a Mason.
You don't know nothing about masonry, bro.
I know a few things. I know enough to win this debate.
You don't know nothing about mason. Well, you were never a mason.
I know.
Okay, so how would you know about it?
When you ask, what is it like? What I said, I don't know.
I'm just saying, but you said I was asking what you had to do to become a member, and you said you had to do some things.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like with any fraternity, it requires an initiation. So there's something that you can't just sign up and say I'm a Mason. It's certain things that's required for any fraternity. So it's something you have to do. But the specific details of it, I haven't attempted to join the organization.
So where did masonry originate?
I mean, within this debate, T-Duck was making the argument that it's ancient. It goes back to older fraternal organizations.
So I'm asking you.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know where it originates. So how are you making an argument that for them to want to be Masons, that is kind of attaching themselves to whiteness?
I'm not making the general argument that just being a Mason is attaching yourself to whiteness. In a debate, what I'm talking about specifically is the experience of Prince Hall and his attempt to become a Mason, and that hit like what he had to do specifically was first appeal to the white Boston Masons, and then when they rejected him, he had to go to Scotland, Ireland, and ask them to be Masons.
So what is your definition? What is your definition of appeal?
To like request to make a request.
Okay, so you're saying that because he went to these different avenues to get authorized as a fraternity, was he trying to start his own fraternity?
Well, he attempted to start his own fraternity after he was denied. But again, in order for him to start his fraternity, it was a European institution that he asked for permission to have this organization.
Okay, so you're saying he was asking for permission?
Yeah.
Okay, so him wanting to go through the proper channels as far as making it an official lodge, you're saying that was asking permission?
Yeah.
Were the Black Panthers asking permission?
No.
Why would you say that?
Because they uniquely stood on not asking to be an organization. They said we're gonna be we see what's needed in our community, and we're gonna be an organization to represent what's needed in our community. So they didn't ask the governor of California or the mayor of Oakland to be your organization.
Are you aware of their 10-point program?
I'm aware of it.
So that's not asking permission?
We're talking about permission to exist as an entity. They made demands on the government, and they made demands that showed that the government was lacking in their responsibility. So no, you don't ask somebody permission to do their job or to do what's allowed when what's supposed to be happening ain't happening. You demand that you be able to do what you're supposed to be able to do, given who you are.
All right. So what was the difference between what they were doing and what Prince Hall was doing? Because I mean, when you look at the Black Panther program, when you look at the Black Panther 10-point program, it's saying we want full employment for our people. So who was the employer in that situation?
Anybody.
I mean, in light of what you were saying about who controls institutions.
But again, the employer can still be anybody. The reason why they're demanding full employment is because there are ways in which employment is being denied. That's the difference. Like Prince Hall, like being a Mason was extracurricular. He didn't have to, he was a free black. He didn't need to be a Mason. He wanted to be a Mason.
You don't know nothing about Masonry.
You said what?
You don't know nothing about Masonry. I think that's part of what the problem is.
Ain't no problem.
Because I mean, like for him to go, he was going to them to get it chartered. No different than he was demanding that, okay, since we're being denied, just like the Black Panthers is saying, since we're being denied of these things, that we want the right now to be self-determined. And
Black Panthers didn't ask nobody to be Black Panthers. They didn't say, can we have permission?
They were asking the government.
They didn't ask the government to be Black Panthers, bro. They didn't do that.
No. They were asking the government for these certain privileges.
No.
Yes, they were. Who control housing?
Bro,
they who control employment? Who control housing?
Denied their housing. How is it a privilege to demand something you being denied? Think about what you're saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that Prince Hall was being denied access to the lodge. So that's why he started his own lodge.
When he saw that, he should have said, damn, the racism that exists outside of these lodges, it exists within those lodges. So I'm better off getting the black people that I rock with and building with the black people I rock with, instead of having to go overseas to appeal to even more higher white authority.
That's because you don't know how lodges work. You don't know. You have no clue about how lodges work and the reason why that is a significant aspect, and that's no different. And if you did know, and if you did know, and if you did know, you would see that it's similar to what the Black Panthers were doing.
So what you do, that's a fourth, that's a reach. But what I can't,
that's not a reach. That's what it is.
Listen. Even with
he was just going like all the different. Like, let me explain this to you, bro. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you. All the different lodges, whether they acknowledge each other or not, you know what I'm saying? Whether they agree with each other or not, there's a level of acknowledgement that that's a particular lodge. You know what I'm saying? He just saying to them, like, we're going to start our Black Lodge. We're starting our Black Lodge. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't begging them for nothing. It wasn't asking them for nothing. So how are you saying on the one hand, he's just letting you know we're about to start this Black Lodge. So you're saying that, okay, that's appealing to the white infrastructure and all that, but asking for housing isn't? Asking for employment isn't?
No.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
They were demanding.
You don't know nothing about Masonry.
No, that's what I'm saying. You just gonna lie.
Bro. What do they do in Masonic lodges, bro?
You can lie all you want to.
I'm not lying. What are you talking about? What am I lying about?
You are.
What am I lying about?
You're lying about the demand that the Black Panthers were making compared to
Okay, let's read the 10-point program, bro. Like what are you talking about?
You can read it, bro. That's what I'm saying. When you get to the point where you just
want power to determine the destiny of Black people. We want full employment. Who controls the industries at that time? White people. And that's what you said. What are you talking about? We want decent housing. Who controls that? White people. We want education. Who controls that? White people.
Like this is how you just completely disingenuous.
How I'm completely disingenuous?
The claim that appealing, bro. The appeal to be a Mason, as opposed to the appeal.
No. You don't know what Masonry is. You don't know what they're doing in the Masonic lodges. That's why you're making that statement. You know why those Black leaders, look, you know why those Black leaders, all those Black leaders that you're talking about, all those Black leaders that you're talking about.
You the real conversation because you know you got to pull shit out your ass in order for that shit to
pull
make
shit out my ass. What are you talking about? That nobody's pulling shit out my ass. So this is what I'm saying to you, bro.
Before you chuckle, Buck T Duck, wash your hands. All the shit you pulling out your ass.
Look. So this is what I'm saying to you. One, you don't know what they do in the Masonic lodges. Right? You're assuming shit. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't talk about what they do in the Masonic lodge. I never made any
this is what I'm saying to you. You know where a lot of those discussions, was going on with those Black leaders that were attached to the Masonic lodges on defining Blackness. You know where those discussions were being had inside the Masonic lodges.
You so disingenuous.
Inside of the Masonic lodges. That's where all that was going on at.
My premise was situated in the origins. I never was talking about what actually happened in the
lodge. Yeah, because you don't know.
I actually said
because you don't know,
bro.
So if you don't know what they're talking about, how are you going to attack something that you absolutely have no idea what you're talking about?
Bring up something that's not the debate in order for you to make sense.
No, I'm not bringing up something that's not the debate.
Because what happens within the lodges isn't the debate, bro.
Yes, that's what I'm bringing. That's what I'm bringing to the table.
Yes, you're bringing something irrelevant to the debate.
Yes, I'm bringing something very relevant to the table. Yeah, if you don't know what they're talking about in the Masonic lodges, how in the hell are you going to be sitting up there acting like that is something that isn't worth fighting for?
What happens in the lodge? None of the debate was about this. This debate was specifically about Prince Hall Freemasonry and their impact on
but that's what I'm talking about. Look, see, that's going so far over your head that you don't even grasp why I'm making that point. That's going so far over your head that you don't even know why I'm making that point.
Of knowing what happens in the lodges.
Yes, right, exactly.
What happens in the lodges. That tells
exactly. You don't even know why I'm making that point. You know why? Because all those Black leaders that you're saying, all those Black leaders that you said that was defining Blackness, were Masons. They was a part of the Masonic lodges. You know what the Masonic lodges are designed to do? Have those conversations. Have those conversations in secret. That's all the Masonic lodge is to have conversations that they don't want out to the public amongst an elite group of intellectuals.
Right.
That's all that is for. It's not for nothing else other than that. So since you didn't know that, you have all these different avenues of different people that were involved in shaping Black consciousness, and you don't even know why, because you don't know nothing about a Masonic lodge, that is just an avenue, and that's just a facility that they can have those type of conversations in. You're dead, bro.
I don't have to know shit about Masons. What it means.
Get your ass out of here. You don't know nothing about no goddamn Masonic lodges. You don't know nothing about. That's where you have the conversations at. That's an organization where you can't talk about this out in the public. So that's why he was fighting for that, brother. He was.
Yeah. That was a good one, man. That's what we are. That's just what we are. Pro Black versus Domo today. We gonna have us some fun. They gonna predator.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Now, us as parents, when we send our kids out into society and off to school, we're not always necessarily there to provide that extra security blanket, to be that extra sense of security for our children. This is where the KJ13 Anti-Bullying Inc. comes into play. It provides extra knowledge. It gives extra outlets. They do food drives. So for any information that you may have, please contact King James 13 Anti-Bullying Inc. INC, that is, at gmail.com, or contact 463-333-2268 today for all information.
Ooh. Is that all, baby? Yeah. Yeah, man. So we got a little extra. I don't know exactly how people gonna take it tonight, man. Conversation of crypto versus fiat currency. Yeah, yeah. That's a real conversation, man. They're gonna have that one. And it's going down. We're gonna see who has a stronger argument and who's full of. This has been another episode, man. Shout out to the family, man. I appreciate y'all presence. For y'all tonight, man. Black Power. We out.
I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated.